Okay, sorry I'm late. I was out filming a round of disc golf, got back, had to get food, but I'm here. All right, let's get adjusted. Try to get everything right. Should be okay. All right. Well, how are you guys doing? You guys get any disc golf in this weekend? I just got back from a round myself. Played Eastway. Played kind of like 2 rounds in one. Just playing like a normal round, but also filmed a round. It's gonna basically be, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's gonna be a bunch of random difficult shots, pretty much. All right, let's see. Make sure I can see myself with the volume off. Okay, looks like we are good. Probably turn this just a little bit. Awesome. Cool. All right, okay. So let's see. Got you guys here early, of course. You guys beat me to it. Just hanging out. And yes, giveaway is happening at 7. So 25 minutes until the giveaway. We'll just be kind of chatting, hanging out like normal. I probably should have titled the stream giveaway. So that'll probably make a difference. Might help people understand that the giveaway is actually happening. So let me see if I can manage that midstream. Let me see. But anyway, just Brad staring at us with an orange disc. Yeah, I was just a couple minutes late, but I'm here. Nice blue shirt. Yes. Jiki, dude, welcome to the stream. I just met Jiki this week playing disc golf, and it's been a blast. We got a couple rounds in, and turns out Jiki is a shredder in Valorant, just destroys everybody. Israel has a tournament next weekend. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. What kind of tournament is it? Just a normal like singles tournament? Anything special about it? Let's see if I can get just even a better angle here. Trying not to be way off camera. I don't know about the Irish colors, but yeah, not really for me. So new video coming. So I've got myself, I'll spoil it. I'm partially through editing a disc review of the prototype P4. So that's going to be coming soon. I got some good throws in. Actually filmed that while playing my round with Jiki after meeting him. So that was a lot of fun. Got my shots in out there on the course, and it's an overstable little putt approach disc. So I really enjoyed using it, and I've got that coming this week, and then probably next week I'll have that round that I filmed today with Brent. So that'll be coming soon. Yeah, Jiki says he's going to be famous. Meanwhile, let's not compare subscriber count because I lose. Jiki is more famous. All right, let's see. Can I just change the name of my live stream? Here we go. And okay. So I have that done. Nice. That will help. All right. Doc says, Brad, by the way, never counted my warden, so I'll say you win with the most. As punishment, no soup talk till after 6:30 p.m. Great. It's already after 6:30 p.m. So thanks a lot. That was so kind of you. So helpful. Oh man. All right. Who's into soup this week? And starting strong with the soup talk. That's awesome. That's awesome. No, of course. I didn't have any soup this week. No soup for Brad. No soup for birdie time. But let's see. Maybe next week. Maybe later this week I'll have some soup. That'd be nice. Finally ordered a burg. Nice. Or is that a question? Can't tell if that's a question or a statement. Dude just says should have gotten a Berg X, but Berg is still good. Berg is still good. Daniel says, hi, do you remember me? Daniel, were you in the stream last week? Because that's what I'm remembering. So I think that's, if so, then yes. If not, then I'm sorry, no. But I think you were here last week chatting with us. GK got to cook a pizza. We'll hang around while eating and get some editing done himself. Awesome. New video coming for GK. Get that pizza going. Doc couldn't pull the trigger on the trail, huh? That's rough. That is rough. I mean, trail's just so good. Oh yeah, Doc with the good questions. Frozen, fresh, or making the pizza from scratch. Yeah, Daniel says yes, last week. Good. My memory doesn't fail me too often. It definitely happens, but I'm glad I at least remembered that, yes, you were here last week. And it was a great chat. We had a blast. Had a good time. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. Ooh, Duja ordered a trail. It never came in. Seller didn't respond. Got the money back. Wow. Whitey says, is that a frisbee collection? This is a disc golf collection. Yes. So it is. These are disc golf discs, and they fly further and faster than a standard ultimate disc, a frisbee. So it's similar in concept, of course, to a frisbee, but the discs are designed to be better. They're supposed to be further flying than the frisbees. So yeah, disc golf is a sport that most of us in the chat really enjoy, and I enjoy playing competitively. So there you go. These are all different discs, and they fly a little bit differently. Some of them go straight, some of them turn to the right, some of them go really far left, and some of them have slower speed, so they don't go as far, and some are meant to be thrown really far. Daniel, guy from Brazil. Yes. Now I remember. Brazil. Disc Golf Mart didn't send the trail, huh? Papa John says pizza from scratch. Of course, Papa John's would know pizza. Yep. Brent saw you like an hour ago. Yep, Brent was part of the round that we filmed today, which is why I'm so late. Dude says, any overstable fairways to recommend? Ooh, depending on how overstable you want. If you just want a little bit of overstability where you're going to get a lot of straight flight out of it with a fade, I love the FD1. I think that the 0-2, it's probably more, I don't know. For me, it seems more like a 0-1 with a little touch of fade, but it's not crazy. So I just love it for the control. I think the FD1 is such a really good fairway. If you really want overstable, Raptor's great. You get some good flight, but it's always going left. And of course, can't go wrong with the Firebird, Thunderbird. There's a few different, good options there. But personally, the FD1's the way to go for me. But that's not super overstable. If you really want overstable, you're going to have to amp it up for something like the Raptor. Like a 0, 2, or 3. Yeah. So FD1 hits that 0-2 perfectly, I think. And so that's probably my recommendation for that slot for overstable fairway, a little overstable. But yeah, if you need more than that, I mean, the Raptor is going to be like a 0-3, I think, or a 1-3. Where's my Raptor? Yeah, 0-3, 9403 for the Raptor. So that'll be, but in my opinion, the Raptor is a lot more overstable than the FD1. I don't know. That's just what my experience is with it. Okay. Do I like MVP discs? I do like MVP, particularly Streamline. I really enjoy my Streamline Echo. Is top of the line, just absolutely love it. I love the MVP trail, and yeah, so I like MVP. I wouldn't say that it is my favorite company or anything like that, but I've thrown Catalyst, Relativity, Octane. The Octane made the bag for a while, so MVP is good. I like their plastic. I like the gyro. Yeah, so only ever Whitey says only ever saw the frisbees in Seinfeld. Very cool. Yep, us real people do play disc golf, or colloquially called frisbee golf. Brent says, imagine missing 2 tournaments. Yeah, I'm missing some tournaments. Traveling to Michigan. It's unfortunate. You have fairways for disc golf. You Americans do everything to the max. Well, we definitely have fair like disc choice. We have putters, mid ranges, and drivers. And there's fairway drivers and distance drivers. On the course, there is the fairway that you're supposed to land in, but unlike conventional golf courses, the fairway doesn't take up all the space that golf courses do. You have to really clear a property to get a golf course kind of working right. But a disc golf course, you want obstacles, you want trees. So you don't want to have to like wreck the countryside to fit a disc golf course in. You can really kind of coordinate well with nature. Happily surprised how hard Americans go for every single thing possible in life. Yeah. All right, Brent says he'll be back. Hone says Destroyer or T-Bird. I lean T-Bird personally. I like control over, well, Destroyer is probably going to be too stable, too overstable for a flight path that I often am going to want. So I would probably use a T-Bird a lot more. That's just me. GK says tabbed out and definitely missed your response, but going out of state. Yeah, I'm out of state for about 2 weeks in Michigan. Got family there, got a lot of friends there. Actually, a lot of family and a lot of friends. So I'm going in like 6 different towns. Some friends I'm playing disc golf with. Some friends I'm just visiting. Some family I'm hoping to play disc golf with. So it's a little bit of everything. So it's gonna be a busy couple of weeks, but I'm really gonna try to make the most out of the trip. And yeah, it's gonna be great. Brad tried a P Model S since you seem to be heading toward Prodigy. I wouldn't say I'm heading toward Prodigy. I have a couple of Prodigy. I haven't tried the P Model S, but I am trying. Well, actually, no, the P4 is Discmania, but I don't know. I don't know. I would not say that Prodigy is like a priority for me to kind of head to, but my brother throws Prodigy only, so I am kind of seeing a lot of Prodigy thrown and kind of taking some practice shots with it. So it's kind of incidental. Incidental. Renna says, hi, welcome to the stream. Jiki, I am heading to Michigan tomorrow. So tomorrow I am driving up straight north, basically. Jelly says, hi, hello. Thanks for joining us, hanging out, having a good time. So actually, I do need to make sure that I have everything ready for the giveaway. So I'm gonna leave the stream rolling and everything. I'll try to chat a little bit, but I need to make sure that everything is prepped for the giveaway. So I need to do that right now. But you guys keep on chatting, asking questions and stuff, and I will try to pop over and respond. Don't want to ignore you, but I want to make sure I have everything right. I was quite busy running back and forth today, so I wasn't able to get 100% everything perfectly lined up. And I was already late to start the live stream. But here we are in the middle of it together. It's going to be good. Brandon says, hi. GK says, long drive. Speaking of which, what do you consider to be the most unique driver? Ooh, unique driver. I mean, the tilt is probably one of the most unique as far as how wildly overstable it is. Is it a driver? I think so. The groove is pretty unique. I mean, yeah, there's just a handful of like weird shaped discs. I know Trash Band has a couple. The Epic is really strange. And it's kind of like, yeah, it's a weird disc. So there's a handful of really wonky ones. Oh gosh, Doc. If Jesus is king, what is God? So long story short, a proper theology of the Trinity is that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are all co-equal in essence. They're all God with different function. So the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit kind of interact with humanity differently, but they're all God. So they have no difference in their attributes. So there's just a difference in how we talk about God the Father versus how we talk about God the Son or Jesus. But Jesus being king is equal with God being king. It just so happens that we talk about it differently. The function, well, let's put it this way: God the Father and God the Son have different function in that Jesus became man, a human being who walked the earth and died on the cross for our sins. That is saying that God died for us. But we don't say that God the Father died for us. We say that Jesus died for us. So it sounds a little bit confusing, but ultimately, Jesus is God. There is no difference in identity, just function. Yeah. All right. So GK says, heard of all those discs. Guess I'm still a disc golf nerd. Heck yeah. All right. So I'm going to check on the prepping to make sure everything is good for the giveaway. So I will just kind of sit here mumbling while you guys chat. I know it's not ideal, but I want to make sure that everything is totally prepared. So let's see here. Got to get myself to the right place. So I had really great weather this week. How about you guys? Did you guys have good weather, terrible weather? I mean, it was really nice for me. Like I really had good weather out on the course. It was like 75 to 80 basically all week. I think there was a little bit of rain, but it wasn't like terrible. So that was really nice. I think I got like 3 rounds of disc golf in during the week, and then of course today I got another round in, so that was nice. Let's see. What else can I talk about while I check on things at the same time? Turns out, not the greatest at multitasking. Surprise. Really did mean to get all of this ready, but the round ended up taking a little bit longer than I thought. I was also on the way home from my round. There were 7 police cars arresting a guy in the middle of the road. So that was exciting. No idea what happened, but got to experience that. Had to like sit in traffic for a little while. It really wasn't horrible or anything, but did have to deal with that on my way home. That was unfortunate. Definitely delayed me a little bit. Didn't help. Not ideal. I don't know if you guys have ever had like this weird experience when, I mean, obviously a lot of us have had experience with rubbernecking when you're just driving and you see some accident or a police officer or something. I've never been in a situation where I saw so many police officers so close together. Like they were lined up, three, and then one in the back. Like it was very strange to me. It was very interesting, but I have no idea why or exactly what was going on, why they were all needed to be there. And there wasn't even an accident, so I was just totally lost. No idea what was going on. Doc says no worries, so that's good. Oh man. Oh boy. So yeah. So the big, I'm reading some of your comments here. So the big thing with Natalie Ryan, I mean, look, I'll be perfectly honest. I'm rated 964. Natalie Ryan is rated 965. Natalie Ryan should not be playing an FPO and succeeding on the Pro Tour. That's what I've got. I don't think that it is a fair competitive advantage. I'm sure that not everybody thinks the same way, but when I was in high school, I was not the most athletic. I was not the most talented athlete. I was a good soccer player for my school. I would walk by the school like record wall of records like every day, and I would look at all of the guys' records, and I would be like, "Wow, high jump 6'1", which wasn't that high. Actually, got broken my senior year by a guy who didn't even learn how to jump high jump. He just hopped over the bar because he played basketball and was super tall. So I watched it get broken in front of my eyes by like 4 inches by a guy with no form. But anyway, I looked at all of the guys' records and I went, oh, I can't jump that far. Oh, I can't run that fast. Oh, I can't jump that high. Like I could never do any of that. And then I looked at the high school girls' records and I went, I've done that. I'm like a tenth of a second off of that. I've jumped higher than that. I've jumped further than that. I've done that. I've done that. And it's like, yeah. Long story short, the male physique has physical advantage in sports, and it does not get fully negated by different physical changes or hormone treatments. So I think that Abby walking off and saying it's not fair, it's true. If I were to step into the FBO Pro Tour today, I would take money. I wouldn't win, I wouldn't dominate, but I would take money away from people who actually deserve it. All right, I'm almost there. All right, let's see. Did I ignite a firestorm? Isn't Kristen 1,000 rated? Kristen is 1,000 rated. Absolutely. 7 inches of rain. Oh, that is horrible. Dude just says, mumble the whole stream, just give me the Emperor. That's good. That's good. Man, 7 inches of rain, that is absolutely brutal. Brutal. Rain is just the worst. Like, at least in snow, you can actually get through the course safely. And if you're prepping for it, you can be warm enough. Although I still hate it, but you can make it happen. You can make it work. And you can kind of like trudge your way through the snow, put ribbons on your discs and stuff. But with rain, like you just can't control where your disc is going to go. It's just going to slip out of your hand. It's going to go anywhere. And when a course gets super muddy, it's not safe. You're slipping on turf tee pads, carpet tee pads, even concrete. You're stepping in puddles. It's just so dangerous. And then once you're out in the fairway, the grass is slippery. Everything gets all muddy, and it's just an absolutely miserable experience. And even in Florida with all of the sand, it was still awful because the downpour was just so extreme. It would just absolutely downpour out of nowhere, and it would just like absolutely obliterate the fairway. Just unplayable. So 7 inches of rain in a week, like that's unbelievable. And it's just kind of like some rain is kind of fun, it's nice to get a little bit of weather, but oftentimes rain is just kind of dreary and miserable when it's drawn out. So like that's actually one thing I really liked about Florida is it would rain and it would stop. Like it would just like pour for an hour or two or even 3 hours, and then it would just stop and the sun would come back out, and the next day it would be just a little bit damp. I mean, some places would retain water more than others, and some courses would, but as far as like just experiencing the weather of Florida, it would downpour and then it would stop and then you'd be good. And that was always nice. Really like that. All right, I'm almost done here getting everything prepped for the giveaway. So thank you guys so much for your patience. Once again, apologize for having to kind of get this all completed during the stream, which I totally did not want to do. But I am finding a couple of mistakes that I made, so I want to make sure that I get everything completely correct. So do any of you guys have travel plans for disc golf this year? Are you going out of town anywhere to play disc golf, or getting any big traveling in and playing disc golf while you're out? I have talked about hoping to do U.S. amateurs and amateur worlds this year, so both of those are in my plans. But otherwise, I do have some courses in mind in Michigan for my trip this week. Not too many like crazy courses or anything like that, but I'm hoping to play the #2 course in Michigan at Birchfield Park, and I always forget what it's called because one side is River's Edge and the other side is the other side. I can never remember what it is. Really, can't remember it. But it's a good course. Hoping to play that one again. Giveaway is almost ready for anybody who's waiting for it. I know we're all hoping to, well, you guys are all hoping to get the discs. And I am sorry for the delay. I know that is 7:01. But I would hate to do a giveaway and be incomplete with it. I want to do it the right way. So thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for hanging in here while I get it fully prepared. And once again, sorry for not having everything ready. I should have had it all ready yesterday, but here I was thinking that I would have time for it today. Big mistake. Did not have time for it. Okay. All right, let's see. Hey, Jim's here. Jim won the Jade, counted all of my discs, got the number correct. So Jim won the Jade. I'll go ahead and give you that one as a freebie. Yep, just hanging out. I'm almost ready. Sorry, guys. We're getting there. So congrats to Jim. I think Jim was sick, which explains it, and just kind of chilled and counted all my discs while I was doing my all the discs in my collection video. And I figured that somebody would count through all of my discs, and it's totally legitimate. I released the video the next day, assuming that somebody would. But Jim got it within 2 or 3 hours of the video being out, so that was pretty quick. I was impressed with that. Happened. The turnaround was fast. I thought it would take a day or two for anybody to kind of actually care enough to sit down and get the counting done. So that was pretty impressive. Definitely a nice little surprise. All right. Once again, guys, sorry for the delay. I do really want to make sure that everything is done correctly, but I hate to be off on my time. So I'm sorry about that. Anybody who has jumped in for the giveaway, we are about to run the giveaway. I'm just a little bit behind here, making sure that everything is good and set, that I do the giveaway correctly and fairly. Would hate for anybody to not be included who deserves to be. I know most of you guys are really patient, so I really appreciate that. Anyone who's not patient, I still appreciate you. I'm just extra sorry. We are getting close. Just taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I probably can't hum because I'll get copyright strike for anything that any music that I put on the channel. Actually, no, I think live streams you're not. I actually don't know the rules on that because people like play music all the time on live streams. I mean, you guys always want the Ed Sheeran songs. All right. Okay. Oh, that's impressive. All right. Here we go. All right, guys. We are a minute away from the giveaway. Thank you so much for your patience. Really appreciate it. Sorry, it's a pain. But yes, we are good. Nivas, I'm doing well. Thank you for hopping on and joining us. How long have I been playing? I've played for about 3 years and really just love the sport. Dove right in, started making the channel just over a year after I started playing, about a year and a half after I started playing. So here I am, having played for, well, 3 years. Okay. Last thing that I'm doing here is just removing duplicates to make sure that I don't have somebody with an additional chance of winning who just happened to leave multiple comments. Want to make sure that I don't have somebody win twice or have a double chance of winning. So sorry for all of you out there who have been very kind to me and were hoping that I would help you out. Sorry. All right. Oh, that's a duplicate that I didn't notice before. Got that one. All right. And that is not a duplicate. That's very similar though. Interesting. Okay, guys. I think we're finally here. I think we're finally actually truly ready for the giveaway, which I'm very happy about. Once again, sorry so much for the delay. I just didn't get everything done, had a crazy busy day, but now it is all good. We have no duplicates. We have everybody in the giveaway. It's going to be random. It's going to be completely fair. And before we get started, I want to give a quick glimpse again of the discs and say that the entries for the giveaway ended last night at midnight. So you had to have already left a comment. There's no entering into the giveaway now. That ended last night. But we have the Garrett Gurthie signed Emperor. Very, very cool. I got this from Garrett at the fundraiser tournament before he and Jessica Weiss went on to tour. So I got that from him in Gainesville, Florida. We have this sweet owl stamped Halo Shrike. We have this dyed MVP Terra, courtesy of Blaze. And we have this really cool stamp with the two-time Kristen Tatar, now Lot, but she became famous as Tatar. So, of course, that's going to be on a bunch of discs as well. Okay, so let me get these in order for the giveaway. We are going to finish with the Garrett Gurthie signed Emperor. That's going to be the last. So let me get this. I need a little more table space next time. All right, so Brent wants the Shrike. Dude really wants the Emperor. Guys, good luck. Good luck. Okay, so we have ourselves the Wheel of Names. We are going first for the Shrike. Brent really wants it. He's unlucky that I didn't decide to give it to him. I decided to give it away freely to someone who will win it randomly. So if you see Brent's name, I promise there's no foul play. He's just lucky. So we've got this beautiful Shrike coming up. And let's see here. We have ourselves, this is always a little bit awkward, but we have everybody, let me see, get this a little bit brighter here. So we have everybody entered into here. Ignore my additional tabs with, hopefully I don't have anything dumb up here. Okay, all that's fine, including ChatGPT. So we have a bunch of people included in our giveaway here. 78 entries into the giveaway. No duplicates. And for the Shrike, we are clicking to spin. And we have it rolling, rolling, rolling. I can kind of see it reflected in my lens. And what do we have? We have us, oh my gosh. Brent won. I cannot believe it. It's like a 1.5% chance that Brent ends up with it. And I literally read his chat out loud. I mean, this has to look so suspicious, but I promise you, that it is completely random. You can use the wheelofnames.com, Wheel of Names. You can use it for yourself, and there is no rigging it. All right, there's no way for me to like rig this software to come up with a name. That is so funny. And I'm clicking remove so that Brent can't win again. That is so crazy. And that was the Shrike. Oh my gosh. All right. Next up is I cannot get over that. That is so random. Next up is the Terra. I'm a little jealous. I loved the Terra. And I can't believe I didn't think of it. We were talking about overstable fairways. Terra is such a great choice. It's just, especially the neutron plastic, feels so smooth. Ooh. All right, so we've got our Terra. Everybody's in except for Brent. And we are clicking to spin. I don't want to like predict it in case it happens and you guys really think that it's somehow rigged in some way. Come on, who do we got? And we have MX Spike. Okay, MX Spike is the winner of the Terra. Heck yeah, man. Congrats. Glad I didn't predict that. That would have been really suspicious. All right, so you are removed from the giveaway. And next up, we're going with, I don't know, this might be my favorite, to be honest. Just the stamp and the fact that I've thrown a St. Pro once or twice, but I want to throw it more. So this one's kind of hard for me to give up. But we have the St. Pro on the line, and let's go. Boom. All right, who's going to take it home? Who's going to get this sent to them? Funny thing is, I just saw Brent like 2 hours ago, and I won't see him for 3 weeks. And we have ourselves, Jim won twice. I mean, it's not against the rules. I'm happy for you. It's okay. This is embarrassing because technically I did say 1 disc per winner, but the conditions were different for the Jade versus the other discs. So I feel like I did a bad job with this. All right. Jim, let me put it this way. Jim, can I give you a different disc and run the giveaway of the St. Pro for someone else? I'll let Jim decide. If Jim wants it, he's got it because I had different rules for guessing the Jade, and I didn't say that it excludes you from the rest of the giveaway. So it is not on Jim to put this disc back into circulation. So I guess that's it. That's my quick question. Jim, if you're fine with it, I'll put it back in. But if you say nothing, then you've got yourself another disc. Spin it again, he says. Okay, Jim, I really appreciate you, really classy, and I could tell that from how you communicated with me earlier. So I think that you're really cool for this. I will send you two discs. So the Jade's coming your way and a surprise disc as well. So shout out everybody, Jim. Jim is awesome. What a guy. Really appreciate it. So we're going back, removing Jim. Jim, man, got it twice. What a legend. Two discs coming Jim's way, but this is for the St. Pro still. Spin it again, as Jim said, and we'll see who takes home the St. Pro. And we have ourselves Flight Medic. Flight Medic. All right, so Flight Medic, congrats. You won the St. Pro. And thank Jim for putting it back in to the giveaway for you. All right. And last of all, I won't say who requested this disc and wants it because it'll look so suspicious if his name just pops up out of nowhere. So Garrett Girthy signed Emperor. Here we go. We may or may not know who wants it, but I'm not predicting it just in case it looks really bad. All right, it's already done spinning. Who's going to end up with the Emperor? Who's it going to be? And we have ourselves Good Starfish. Good Starfish has won the Garrett Girthy signed Emperor. Heck yeah, congrats. This is going to be on its way to you very quickly. Awesome, guys. That was unexpected and crazy. Brent is very excited about the Shrike. Dude, it wants Brent's luck, of course. Jim said, set his alarm to be here just in case you won again. Jim, I'll talk to you about if there's a specific type of disc that you want or something. So feel free to message me and remind me of that. But yes, I'll coordinate getting you two discs. So yeah, that is so funny. It is so, so funny. Oh my gosh. Thank you all for being here. Doc is giving Dude a 2-second hug. That's very nice of you. Oh man. Do you have the high ground? Of course. Always have the high ground. Brent said that he liked the odds. Oh my gosh. No way. Did you actually say that? The entire wheel is Brent. Oh man. Brent says, I said I like those odds. It's rigged 1 in 78. Wow. You did. 1 in 78 chance. I like those odds. He said that. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. Brent, I'm reading back through Brent like commenting over and over again that he wanted the Shrike, and it is just blowing my mind that he ended up getting it. Like, I don't know, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, you were asking about my shirt. So Disc Golf 1 is not a sponsor. I think they helped sponsor the Charlotte Amateur Championship 2 years ago. Maybe they've continued to do that. That's where I got the shirt. Pretty sure, right? Charlotte Amateur Championship. Ooh. And so I'm just wearing it. That's all. No announcements or anything like that. It's just a shirt. Yeah. Oh, it's a group of experienced TDs that host larger tournaments across the Southeast. Okay, look at that. Brent is, wow, dude. Brent, you have been all over in the chat. Good for you, man. Trying to keep everything straight. Watch it back. Chat has the receipts. Honestly, no one has said anything about Brent winning, but we make him laugh. Brent earned that disc today. I'm glad you guys totally trust me. And you know, there's nothing that I could do to rig it. And honestly, I would like not rig things for my friends. Like I wouldn't even be interested in doing that. I would almost exclude my friends from giveaways if I'm trying to be like, you know, give this away fairly. I just be like, well, I'm not gonna give it to my buddies, you know. I'm gonna like exclude them from it. So Brent's lucky because if I was less fair, he wouldn't have gotten the strike. It's not like the disc was clear. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Oh, I'm gonna love hate watching this live stream back and watching the moment that it dawns in my eyes that Brent won the strike. He didn't want me to have it. Brent rigged it, not me. That's true. I mean, if you think about it, I would have gotten the everything accurate and ready like earlier if Brent hadn't slowed me down on the filming today at Eastway. If we hadn't played around and filmed in the same like played like extra tee shots on every hole, then I would have been back in time to like get everything ready. So it was very, very strategic of Brent to take exactly the amount of time that we did filming today because it ended up that the way I put everything together and ran the giveaway late ended up that he won. So who knows? Maybe if I'd had the giveaway ready on time, Brent wouldn't have won. That's brutal. Brent gets the disc and it rains the next 2 weeks. Calling it now. Yes, that would be good. I would cry, hate you all if I did it. Spin the wheel one time for fun. Yeah, so the doc can win. uh, that's the trouble with spinning the wheel again. It's like, you know, are you gonna be happy or sad if your name comes up and you're like, oh, I just missed out on winning something. Oh, it was so close. Oh man. Jim says, still going to send you an Eagle McMahon signed Rainmaker to forward to the person that also guessed correctly without counting. Congrats to the other winners. So what a stand-up guy, Jim. That's really cool of you, man. Really, really, really appreciate that. And the guy that correctly guessed like 20 minutes after you counted, I think he's going to be very happy about that. So that's super, super cool. Brent says, text me a picture later. Brent, here, you can screenshot it. All right, here you go, Brent. Take a screenshot. This is better than texting you a picture because it has my face in it. He probably didn't screenshot it. But here you go. Brent, congrats on this. You can show the wife. There you go. Anyway, hold the disc up to your face. Yep. Boom. There you go. Very cool. Doc's just happy seeing his fellows in chat win. Yeah, that was kind of fun. And I'm, thrilled with anybody who wins. Hey, do we have ourselves a flight medic here? We have ourselves Brent Prudich. For the winners, we have ourselves Brent Prudich, MX Spike. We skip Jim Butts because he's a class act and pass the disc along to Flight Medic, and we have Good Starfish. So you guys, lucky. People always miss the giveaway that win. Yep. It's pretty funny. But no worries. It's been announced. So, oh, that's good. I should probably clarify that as well. So anybody who won, congrats. I guess I'll exclude Brent from this only because I will just give him the disc. But make sure you go back to your comment that you left on the giveaway video. That way I know you're using the same YouTube account. It's not, someone who's just created an account to impersonate the winner, but go back to the same video that you commented on and talk to me in that comment. I will reach out to you to say, hey, congrats, you won. And I need you to respond to that and say, hey, I just messaged you on Instagram or Facebook, or I sent you an email, something, so that I know I'm interacting with the winner and I know how you're reaching out to me, because I have had someone try to scam one of the giveaway wins by creating, I think just changed to the name of an Instagram account and was like, hey, I won, send it to here and stuff like that. But I caught on to it, and don't worry, got the disc sent to the actual winner. So I'm very careful about that. In fact, Jim, I didn't even send his disc out yet because I wanted to make sure that I got correspondence from him, not someone else. Even though, it sure seemed like it was him. I just want to make sure that it wasn't somebody impersonating, because that can happen. Doc says, Brent, tell him you want it mailed to you. That'd be funny. That would be so good. Justin says he'll miss the giveaway next time. That way he'll win. It's good. I like that. Busy eating dinner, but here now. Heck yeah, you're here in time. Dude just says, think you won the Saint. I think it is the Saint that got passed on. So there you go, Flight Medic. I think this is what you won. And yeah, Jim passed it on. He could have taken 2 discs, but he is true class act. Super Like TV says, you are a nice guy. I love your... Love watching the channel. Thanks for doing this, Flight Medic. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that I'm able to run giveaways. It's a lot of fun. I'm glad that I can send some cool discs out to you guys. And if you end up throwing it and kind of putting anything on social media, tag me in that. And I think that would just be really fun to kind of like hop on if you get a birdie with it, or hit an ace or something crazy like that. If you get it on film or just take a picture of it and tag me in it, that'd be super cool. You can even just take a picture of the disc and be like, I got this disc. I don't know. That'd be just fine with me. Dude says, if I ever win a disc, I want soup with it. Nope. Each disc comes with a can of soup. Shipping cost on soup is a little bit high because it just weighs so much. It's such a pain. Brent doesn't want me to mail it. Try to save me money. Oh, I appreciate it. Lets me afford a little bit of my next tournament. This is really nice. Andrew got showered after league. Sorry I'm late. First time winning money. Hey, nice job, Andrew. Way to win a little bit. Way to win that league cash. It feels nice because you show up to the local guys who are there all the time and you're like, give me your money. So great job. Great job. That's really fun. Doc says, what an MP4 file of you singing Castle on the Hill. I don't know if that's what. Yeah. Dude just says, sure you wouldn't pay for it, Doc? Yeah, I don't know if I'll give that to you for free. Flight Medic says, definitely going to start making videos soon and shout me out. Awesome. Yeah, get an ace with it. Heck yeah, that'd be the way, man. The ace with the giveaway disc. I mean, is there anything cooler than randomly getting a cool disc given to you and then acing with it? I mean, that'd be cool for both of us. The eternal bond that we would share because of that ace would be insurmountable. So keep that in mind. Papa John says dehydrated soup. That's, I mean, I guess they have the like packets, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would send soup. I'll think about it. Doc says, if you write a message on the disc, could you consider it a book and send it media mail? Doubt it. Doubt it. Good idea. Next giveaway, you should do another birdie used disc. Okay. If you guys are interested in that, I'll do it again for sure. I have a couple of extras, and despite what Doc says, I am not trying to build my collection to the thousands. That is not my goal. I don't mind more discs, but I'm perfectly happy giving away discs and kind of maintaining a collection along the lines of what I have at this time. I think I'd prefer to stay under 300 discs for the most part. I mean, I have an off-camera storage rack, and it's only half full, so I could to like 320 discs without any real storage issue. But I don't know, I just don't need that many discs. That's a lot. I already have a bunch of discs I don't throw, and it's kind of a little bit sad that no one's really like getting anything out of those discs. So just don't need that many. Flight Medic says maybe it'll be his first ace, something still somehow have still yet to get one and been playing for years. Ace is coming soon, man. It's coming in the mail. You're gonna earn it. That'd be super cool. Papa John says, good time, guys. Supper time now. Thanks. Absolutely enjoy your Papa John's pizza for dinner, baby. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Doc says, Dujit, he should get some birdie discs and do of the H and time on the end for birdie time. That'd be fun. The disc says birdie, and then I like pencil in so that it says birdie time. Like I correct it. That'd be kind of interesting. That'd almost be a fun stamp, like a not just a Sharpie written on it, but like a produced stamp to kind of incorporate birdie time onto a birdie. That would be a pretty fun one. Uh, Luke says 1,000 discs would be amazing. That's quite a collection. I mean, you could get there if you really want to get there. You get there. It's true. Doc says, I want to be a disc golf dragon and sleep on my hoard of discs. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, just kind of have this you can lie down on and enjoy. Dude, got 2 of 3 discs, the Sagara and the Buzzsaw. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Have you thrown them? And how does the Sagara compare to the Cicada? And how does the Buzzsaw compare to the Buzz? Question. Um, yeah, Flight says, Doc, that's the way. That's the way. LOL. Yeah. That many discs. I mean, who cares if you wake up with like a half circle on your face? It's worth it. Doc says, tried the Sakara Dugit, but it's overstable for me, but nice disc. And Dugit says, no offense, but I understand the noodle arm accusations. That's really good. Todd says, everyone caught up on Music City Open FPO, close your eyes. Great. So Todd's coming in with what, a spoiler for the Music City Open? I'm not caught up on it. I'm sensing maybe some sarcasm. Maybe from Todd, can't tell. I actually don't know who ended up how things ended up shaking out. But we did have a slightly distracted conversation already about the Music City Open situation. Not the winner, but the walk off. Abby walking off, Abby Wilson. And yeah, appreciate your videos, Todd. By the way, ended up doing some. Okay, so actually, for real, not sarcasm there. Yeah, I like I said, I didn't actually watch, so I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry that it ended up the way that it did. Doc says if I had found disc golf before the shoulder went out, would be maybe better. Jim says played league Thursday afternoon. Watched a guy throw his buzzsaw and Sakara in the creek. Too much rain and lost them both. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal to just truck them both into the creek. Oh. Luke says, changed my mind. I want a basket with 10 more links. That's how it's done. You start with that, and then you build up to 1,000 discs. Disc golf basket is a great thing to have, and the cheapos are good. It's true. It's true. You really can't beat an actually like, quality basket, of course. But the training baskets are useful. They give you a target to hit. They're good. And I also find that I have more spit outs in practice than I do on the course. So it's kind of like it's not always perfect mental training, but it is nice to kind of have your percentage from practice and then you go out and you perform a couple of percentage points better because you're not having them just like bounce out or go into the basket and scoop out the back because it's, a black hole pro doesn't have the same basket. It's too bouncy and the chains are bouncier. Dude, I haven't thrown the Cicada, but Cigar was kind of flippy with a bunch of glide. Oh, I like that. Buzzsaw is straighter than the Buzz, but mine's like a 185 grams or whatever. Wow. Yeah, I like the kind of flippy with a bunch of glide. That sounds nice. It sounds a little bit like a Brave. A little bit. Tots says walk off, and I know nothing. Not making YouTube videos or anything about it. Uh, Dude just says we know he just got those discs to Jim. We know he just got those discs to Jim. Heartbreaking stuff. Yeah, it's tough. It's like, part of me is like, why did you risk it? And the part of me is like, doesn't matter. It still hurts. Doc says cheap baskets nice because when you get on the course, the baskets look huge. Yeah, they can help you train for sure. For sure. Dude, mine's the opposite. Got a DD basket and it's way too big. Doc got the West Side Weekender. Got a nice deal, like 75-ish bucks. Not bad. That's nice. Brent says marksman basket is the way to go. Got to get the basket out more, Doc. Yeah, got to get the basket out more. All right. Get the water in early. So I guess it has been an hour already. Going strong. Hour in. A little bit of water. Keep on rolling. Man, there's still a lot of ice in there. Whew. A little cold. Brent says new backyard going to be nice for putting practice. I'm going to have to get myself out there, get some putting in on the new backyard, see if it's actually up to snuff or not. By the way, apologies. You probably aren't bothered too much by it, but allergies are so bad this week in Charlotte. Like, I go outside and I just see a layer of pollen on every vehicle. And even in Florida, the allergies get bad, but I'd really come to expect it. And I think I kind of got used to it. But now Charlotte, like everything just rolled in and it's just allergies, just crazy. So got that going on just a little bit. It's just not a big deal, but it does affect a little bit of my voice. So you're welcome. Ooh. Where is the poll? Yeah, I know. My poll is it's Brent's fault. If I hadn't been delayed, I would have a poll. Yo. And dude just says thanks, Brent. Yeah, dude just says you grab 4 random discs from your shelf and make a poll for them. Ooh, that's fun. I'll do it that way. Don't run out of water. Yeah, I shouldn't run out of water this week like I did last week. If I do, I still have that citrus twist, whatever random thing that I got at Aldi. Kind of scares me. Doc says, Brad, question. 3 things in your bag besides towels and water that are always in the bag. Besides towels and water, Sharpie, mini marker, rangefinder. Always in the bag. Sharpie for myself, for my discs, and also if I want a signature, of course. I just want to have the Sharpie on hand. Rangefinder, because sometimes I just really need to know how far I am away to choose my disc, especially when there's OB close to the basket and I just really don't want to be 20 feet long. And then what did I say for my third one? Did I say mini marker? That's lame. Yeah, I mean, you need a mini. Let's see, what else do I have in my bag? I always have a snack if I can. So there's not always a snack in my bag, but when I'm playing, I try to always have a snack packed into the bag, and then I eat it at some point during my round. So there we go. That's 3. Brent says if we hadn't played 2 rounds in one, that wouldn't have happened. Yep, it's true. Brent needs help after that bus was thrown on you. Brent says, yeah, I'm making up to him by helping him move. It's true. Overcomplicated. Hello from England. Hello from the United States. Thanks for hopping on. We're just chilling, hanging out. Dude says, friend always hypes up Aldi. Is it really that good? So here's why Aldi is great, and here's why Aldi is just okay. Aldi is great because they have a lot of cheap prices on important food. So like meat, cheese, vegetables, fruit, and bread. Like they have their own Aldi versions of them their Millville or whatever, and you can get groceries cheap at Aldi. That's really, really nice if you want to cook for yourself and use like flour and, well, normally eggs are cheaper than they are right now. But if you just want to kind of stock the shelves and have no like name brand, but just like the essentials, like Aldi is the best place for that. The downside is basically the way that Aldi gets their supplies is from like overstock. So every once in a while, they just don't have something. And it's just like that week, they just don't have extra. So they just don't have it. It's just not on the shelf. So they don't really work by ordering more of stuff when they run out. They work by waiting until there's extra. So that can be a little bit hit and miss. And some of their stuff, it just isn't as good. Like their Aldi brand cereal, it's not really great. I eat it because it's flipping cheap, but it's just, you can't beat Honey Nut Cheerios. They're so good, and I don't know if they're actually healthy for your heart or not, but they're really delicious. They're really just wonderful. And when you get that like honey nut, what do they call it? Like honey O's or whatever, like off-brand thing. It is not the same. It's not the same. And when you've had on-brand cereal, you can't go back. It's just it's not great. Um, so that's kind of what it is. Like that's the downside is that on-brand stuff costs more because it's better. But if you just need essentials at a great price, like Aldi's the place to go. So I shop at Aldi. That's my like 95% of my stuff is Aldi. Um, yeah, that's where I get my ham, eggs, bagels, cereal, potatoes, you know, beef, beans, like everything that I have, my normal weekly stuff, my vegetables, when I have vegetables, it's all Aldi. But if I want Oreos, I'm not going to Aldi because Oreos as a brand, it's just going to be better to get those at Walmart or something like that. Poll question, favorite marker color. Andrew says, had my first disc beat into the point where it no longer has fade, just burns over every time. However, keeping it in my bag and throwing highs or flips that end to the right. Heck yeah, I have one of those that, I don't want to spoil it. I have one of those that I love, my Dynasty. So flippy, so nice, so predictable. It's just going right. Infinite's that way. I can have whatever disc I want. Oh, also to everyone, if you could be sponsored by any brand, what would it be and why? Great question. Digit loves MVP. MVP is great. Or just a B Bodanza. All these great for us dudes because only one kind of item. Can't grab the wrong brand. Yeah, that could be that could be so true. Oh, that's good. Dude, just a Kroger guy. Friend is sparkling water fiend and he likes theirs. Yeah, Kroger's solid. There's a few where if you have like the membership thing, then it becomes more worthwhile. And Kroger has some pretty good chocolate milk. No, Aldi's chocolate milk, terrible, absolutely terrible. You might as well just get milk and stir in your own chocolate syrup. It will be better. Aldi's chocolate milk is terrible. Kroger's chocolate milk is good. Harris Teeter has amazing chocolate milk. But of course, Aldi's chocolate milk is like $1.80 for a gallon, and Harris Teeter is like $5 because it's actually expensive and it's good. All these fun to see with the special items they get: foot baths, electronics, etc. Foot baths. Panicked and couldn't think of anything. It's exactly right. You never know what's going to be on their like Aldi Finds shelf, and it could be just any random thing that's like, oh, this is great, that's a good deal. But you never know. You can't count on it always being there. For the most part, their groceries they're in stock. How's their soup? I make my soup from Aldi ingredients. So I don't get like canned soup. I get the cheese. What's the Velveeta style cheese, meltable cheese, beef, vegetables, potatoes, spices, etc. I pretty much get everything from Aldi. Sometimes the spice I need to go somewhere else that has like everything in stock, and then yeah, make my soup. So it's Not Aldi soup, but it's soup from Aldi. Chocolate milk is goated. Absolutely true. We can buy. Brent is one of us. He's asking about the soup. He has joined. Whew. Ever mix chocolate milk and white milk like it thinned out? I am the exact opposite. I don't like thinned out chocolate milk. I like very chocolatey chocolate milk. So I have in the past added chocolate syrup to chocolate milk. And that was not that long ago. Andrew says, have you looked into the Hold My Bag Fantasy Disc Golf? They had a free event over the Music City Open. It was cool. I've not looked into it, but I did hear that Fantasy Disc Golf was like coming back better than ever. So I've heard that. I've not looked into it, but I am very, very interested. And it sounds like a lot of fun. Brent's got a dip for now. Have a good evening. If he doesn't come back, lame, but it's okay. It's okay to be different, Brad. I mean, you're totally wrong if you don't agree with me, but it's okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, one of us is wrong and one of us is you, but that's fine. It's no big deal. Okay, let's do the poll. So let me get random discs. Should I do like 4 drivers or should I do like a driver, a mid, and a putter? Or like a distance, a fairway, a mid, and a putter? What's the way that I got to do this? Was it Duja that said do it that way? All drivers, says Doc. Man, there's still a lot of ice in there. I got too much ice. I like my water cold, but I like the ice to have melted so that it's just like really cold water, not water with ice in it. All right, Doc says all drivers to be even. Other poles can do mids and putters. All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right, here we go. Oh, ooh, we'll make this interesting. Make this very interesting. No. Ooh. Of course. And all right. These were not chosen at random. And just a couple of the pros were mentioning it, the Hold My Bag in their practice rounds, looking to Heiser League. Interesting. All right, so I've got myself. Oh, can't. It's got to let me make a poll. There it is. Create a poll. Okay. I'll put which disc do you like the most as opposed to which disc is the best so that we don't exclude a disc if it's like harder for amateurs to use. So we'll do it based on what we like. Yeah, I did miss out on having a poll. Which was making me sad. Okay, we have ourselves a poll courtesy of Dujit and a little bit of ooh. Already got votes. Oh, that's quick. Yeah, got some early votes for the Brave. Heck yeah. So I decided to choose a wide range of discs, but the Leopard and Brave are probably close to each other in flight path to a certain extent. Then the Valkyrie and Destroyer are quickly moving from more of a like it'll turn, but it's a little bit of different flight path, especially the newer champion Valkyries, and then over to the Destroyer. So a little range for it, and pretty early, 6 votes. We have the Destroyer at 17%, Valkyrie at 33%, Brave at 33%, and Leopard at 17%. Okay. That makes me think that I chose pretty good discs that we didn't just get 6 votes for a destroyer. So at least the votes have spread out a little bit. So that's good. Titanium said, "What's going on? We are hanging out, talking disc golf. We are talking about disc golf discs a little bit, but otherwise just having a good time, chatting about anything. No pressure. Just having a good time." Doc says, "As a kid, loved getting ice out of the freezer that hadn't frozen and drink the water inside of the thin cube." Yeah, yeah, that sounds fun. Man, they really had to go a long ways to find entertainment back then. Dude just says, if he's sponsored by MVP, his bag's gonna be 25 proxies. So you can't win money on Heiser League, but I did think that you were able to put money on Hold My Bag. I'm not sure, haven't looked into it, but I did think that was kind of part of the draw. So you could put money on. Justin says, only thrown the leopard. Next week, same question, but we do soup brands, of course. Ooh, breaking Doc's heart between Valkyrie and Leopard. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I figured I picked discs. Well, I think Destroyer, Valkyrie, and Leopard are all like super popular on their own. And then I figured Brave was perfect to put in because I love it so much. I talk about it so much. I talk it up. You've probably seen me throw it on a couple of good lines. So I figured I wanted to see if it could hold its own with the others. And at the moment, it is. It's ahead. We have 25% Destroyer, 25% Valkyrie, 38% Brave, and 12% Leopard. Looks like the Brave took one of those percentage points from the Leopard. Ooh, another vote for Destroyer. Okay. Let the poll sit for a little while. See how that turns out. Dude just says, first premium disc was an orange metal flake Leopard. Good times. Wow. Doc says, Leopard gets some hate because people think it'd be a noob disc because it comes in starter packs, which really highlights the value of understanding the different plastic qualities. Because when you have the starter pack quality, the DX quality discs, it is so different than Champion. It's just so different than Star. It's on a different level. It's crazy. And it's good that they exist in a cheap form. That's great and everything. And some people benefit from the DX. It's not saying it's a problem, but you do have that perspective of the Leopard, but that is so tied to the plastic type because if starter packs had Champion Leopards in them, I don't think the Leopard would be seen as a noob disc anymore. In fact, I think new players would be like, I can't throw this thing. It's too overstable. It's just diving to the left. So good shot on the Leopard. I think it does kind of get a little bit of that reputation. I mean, I have a DX Leopard, I think. I am 99% sure I do because I talked about it on all the discs in my collection. And now I lost it. Leopard's gone. I don't know. It's somewhere. Maybe oh. I know what happened. I put it in my car so if I ran into somebody on the course, I could give them a disc. Doc says, Brad, changed my feelings on bass a bit. Wet weather or just not feeling it. Sometimes bass is nice. That's true. I've had that success mostly with putters, though. So when it's just nasty out and I just have no other options, sometimes I'll just throw base plastic putter and it actually flies fine. Yeah. But I don't move up to like base plastic drivers. I find that the Raptor maintains its grip. The Flex Z Flex plastic holds the grip nicely. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of premium that has no grip. Champion, so slippery. So that's very true. But yeah, it's definitely not ideal in most situations, but it can have niche case uses. Absolutely. Soup types. Hannah Macbeth with Leopard 3 in the woods back in the day was just sick. Justin says he's voting for the Brave just because he wants to throw it. I'll have to let you throw my Brave when I'm up in Michigan. Dude just says, want to get half and half die disc like Holland or Gannon's. Oh, yeah, the what is Gannon's? Is PD? Man, I miss my blue and yellow two-tone Valkyrie. Ugh. It was so nice, and yes, I threw the Brave a little bit more, but it was so nice to have it in the bag. I trusted it so well, and I just left it. I threw two on a shot, and I picked up one and left, and I left it, and it made me sad. Preferably purple and black. I would lose that instantly. Digit can't stand base plastic on anything other than putting putters, but to each their own. Yep. Dragons are considered base plastic, but they're such good discs, they should be considered premium. All right, sure, Doc. Destroyer. Oh, we have. Oh no, couple more votes. Destroyer and Brave at 33%. Valkyrie 25. Leopard at 8. I'm interested in that. I should have put like Leopard / Leopard 3. I don't know if that would make a difference. I know some people who like they think of it as a very different disc, and they're pretty similar. But the Leopard versus the Leopard 3. I mean, they're different, but I don't know. I feel like they should count together. Like plastic types are different enough. I would think that a base plastic versus champion leopard is more different than a champion leopard and champion leopard 3. I would think. White Banana says, great beard, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great. White Banana 1000. Great name. There. Complimented back. Dedrick says, I like to use the disc for a rolling tray. I definitely haven't had that experience myself. Where is it? But I have used discs as a like coffee coaster. So I'll put the hot chocolate mug, the coffee mug, right onto the disc, and it functions for it for sure, as long as it's not like something boiling in it. But yeah, coaster does work, but I only use, no offense, Gateway, I only use the crappy discs. This I just hate this plastic. It just I don't like it. It's so wildly overstable for no reason. And you know what? I went to an amateur event and they had a bunch of Gateway Players Pack discs. They were all this plastic and they were all overstable and they were all like below 6 speeds. And I didn't want any of the discs, but it was an expensive tournament and we got 2 discs for the Players Pack. Anyway, not to complain, but it has partially tarnished my opinion of Gateway wrongly. I think the putters are great. Doc says, playlist for the trip or are you flying? Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. So, I'm driving, straight shot, 11 hours, just north. So I've got myself a couple of playlists. I haven't really designed anything specifically for the trip, but I have been padding out my putting practice playlist. It's at like 75 songs now. So I've got myself a mixture of Stellar Cart, Skillet. I have a bunch of Hawk Nelson downloaded, but I don't have it in my putting playlist, interestingly enough. 3 Days Grace. What else do I have in there? Like now that I'm thinking of it, I can't think. A couple 1,000-foot crutch. What is that one? I have Solid Ground by Cascade. I have this weird song that was in the video game Control, and it's funny to me because I would never have ever heard the song in my life if it hadn't been in the video game. And you go in this weird room and there's giant speakers and the song plays and it's this weird surreal moment where you don't know what's going on. But the song is super catchy. And what is that song called? But it's in my playlist. Doc says, not all Ed Sheeran, no Ed Sheeran in the playlist. Yeah, no Ed Sheeran in the playlist. Iden says, how can y'all be so chilled? We're just chilling, having a good time, hanging out. We're all friends here. Well, we don't all know each other, but if you're driving, you should stop at Idlewild on the way up or back. Let me see. Idlewild. Do. Not that Idlewild. I know that one. I live close by it. That one is in North Carolina. Kentucky. Yeah, it'd be a bit of a swing. I could do it. So the problem with one of the big problems with going west from Charlotte is that the roads through Asheville, I think, are still pretty rough. And actually, this is kind of interesting because I just drove out to Asheville last week. But yeah, I think the travel time is still like vastly increased if you take the main route that's through Asheville and keep going west and try to go through the mountains. I think it's still like terrible to try to get yourself through there. So, as far as I understand it, that is the case. So, getting out to Kentucky from Charlotte is actually not a good idea right now. It's crazy because the hurricanes came through so, it seems like so long ago, but I also have like a little bit of personal experience in Asheville last week. So, long story short, my youth pastor that I had growing up took a group from Michigan down to Asheville to work with Samaritan's Purse. And I drove out for the day on Tuesday, which was April Fool's Day. I had 2 hours of sleep, drove 2 hours and 7 minutes out to Asheville in order to get like volunteer training for the day so that I could help out on the job site. And we worked on partially restoring a lady's basement that essentially water just flowed down the hillside and just kind of like hit her like basement door, destroyed it, and just flooded her basement. And it's like it's on a mountainside, so there's just hills everywhere. But the devastation was just unbelievable. That people are still recovering from the flooding from the hurricanes in October in Asheville, and I'll say it, there's no government help. It's all like Samaritan's Purse and charity nonprofits that are doing all of the work. Samaritan's Purse has been working for this whole time in Asheville and the surrounding communities, and everybody knows it and everyone is grateful to them. And so, anybody who has a chance to go volunteer with something like disaster relief is very rewarding because people can't just fix their property, businesses, and lives by themselves. Like, even the construction equipment that would be used to come and fix things probably got destroyed in the flood. Like, a construction company that would be hired to come fix people's houses had their building destroyed. So, where do you hire a construction company from? So, the volunteer work that's being done and, places like Samaritan's Purse are just doing everything to restore the community that got absolutely devastated. And people are not required to go online after losing all access to the internet to get relief. Let's put it that way. So anyway, that was a very long answer to going to Idlewild just because it gets rough when heading west out of Charlotte. So anyway, that was a fun little sidetrack, which is what it would be if I went to Idlewild in Kentucky. It would be a nice sidetrack. Does anyone not say that about Gateway? Well, the putters are sweet. Don't let Brad try the divergent discs. Birdie and Bonanza collab? That'd be fun. That'd be fun. You're more likely to see a Birdietime and G Key collab because I actually know him in person. That'd be fun. Not all Ed Sheeran already answered that. You should try Only You by Steve Mona, Hidden Gem. I feel like I've heard that, but I don't recognize it. Doc, any podcasts? I suggest comedy, Bang Bang or Bananas for Bonanza. Goodness. Tanmay says, love from India. Welcome. And Madagascar from Sirkin. Welcome from United States. Thank you for hopping in and joining us and being here. So, Doc, my podcasts right now are Apologetics Canada. That includes Wes Huff and a couple other guys. And I have, maybe I only have one downloaded right now, but I normally have several from them. But I actually went through a listening spree last night. So I listened to like 3 of their podcasts. I kind of depleted my stores of having multiple. So usually Apologetics Canada. I have a couple Rogan podcasts downloaded, and I have a couple of Tour Life podcasts downloaded. So if I'm getting a little bit tired of the music or hearing the same song for the 15th time in the last month, which is absolutely happening because I listen to songs that I like, uh, I'll switch over to podcasts. So I have some good options, but I will consider others. I have not really considered comedy podcasts, not for any real reason, just never really considered them. You just said never had anybody from there. Ever been to Eswatini or Mozambique? John says, "Do you remember me? I've seen you before." No, and it would not have been at a bar unless I was eating the Beaverton Tavern burrito, which is like a burrito so huge that they give you a pound of sour cream to go with the burrito. It's probably the last time I was at a bar. If you know me, it would be from a disc golf course. Bryant says you threw the FX3 beautifully. Thank you, Bryant. Really appreciate it. You stamped it beautifully. I had a couple good throws. My first one, I almost fell over. It was funny because I threw it, and then as I followed through, I slipped. So I like fell. I didn't fall, but I like jumped off camera to get my balance. So it was kind of funny. But yeah, I threw it well a couple of times. It was nice. It's your boy Trev says can't answer the poll. There's no MVP. Yeah, that's a tough one. I couldn't quite get all manufacturers represented. I did overrepresent Innova though. I didn't really think about that. I overrepresented Innova. Yeah. About time Canada apologized. Yep. Hear that a lot. They get that a lot too. Apologize, Canada. Like the main thing is, well, of course, Canada's always apologizing. Need more music. Dax G-O D's Eyes or the Man Song. Oh. Don't know. Johnny Beam says new to disc golf. Are you new to disc golf or are you asking if I'm new to disc golf? Because I'm not new to disc golf. Been playing for, well, 3 years is still kind of sort of new. But if you're new to disc golf, welcome to disc golf. We're hanging out, chilling, having a good time, answering questions. You're new. So yeah, how long have you played? Just like a couple days, couple weeks, couple months? Really curious. And do you have a bunch of like disc golf courses around you or just a handful of local courses? I'm fortunate. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. So there's tons of high quality courses of all levels of difficulty around me. I'm very blessed. I'm able to film and play on those courses. So I'm thrilled about it. But I know not everybody has that access. And we've gotten people from, we had someone from India who and then we found out there's one disc golf course in India. Is that where it was? It's rough. It's Saber says, I'm new to disc golf, and when I do the approach movement, I always end up throwing my disc up. How do I make sure to keep the disc level? It's a great question. It's tough to say why it's happening without seeing your form. So, what would be a likely cause of throwing nose up? It might be that as you do your run up, well, for one thing, you might be standing still with your approach. I'm not sure. Often on the tee pad, people feel comfortable with a run up and then throwing, but sometimes on the approach, don't always feel comfortable with the run up. It may be that you're standing still and your form is a little bit different because of that. It may be that you're doing a run up, but you're thinking a lot about your feet and planting it behind your lie. And if you're really focusing on that, you can jack up your throw a little bit and swoop your arm. I've done that before recently. So that might be kind of something that's going on. Otherwise, I'm not really sure about throwing nose up on the approach movement in particular, specifically. So that's something I'll have to think about. But if you do want specific form feedback from me, I'm no expert, but I'm always happy to give my thoughts and see if I can help a little bit. You can feel free to DM me on Instagram. And if you end up being able to show me a couple of videos of you throwing, then I can give some kind of like feedback about it and tell you what I see. If you want, that's just an invitation if you're up for it. Johnny says 1 week on 3 discs, local courses. Heck yeah, dude. Man, it's so fun to start to just dive into disc golf with only a couple of discs. Um, Too bad you're not like close to Charlotte. I give you a disc or two. I keep a couple in my car to kind of give to somebody if I run into a new player on the course. But I hope you can get a couple extra discs soon. But yeah, get that disc golf in. Keep playing, keep enjoying it. There's a lot of value in like fun local courses or even challenging local courses. Just being a place where you can just start getting better. Maybe get your first par, maybe land your first putt. Outside of 20 feet, outside of 30 feet. Um, get your first birdie. It's great. It's great. So keep playing. It's so much fun. I'm glad that you're a new player. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to just shout questions out and I'll be happy to respond to them. And plenty of the others here are also avid disc golfers. So a lot of us will have our own thoughts. Yeah. Robbie says, check playlist. I don't know about what playlist. We're still talking about music playlist or what, but Doc says a lot of YouTube videos that look for rounding. Yeah, I don't know. Rounding's part of it. Dude just says, anyone playing in their qualifier for the Disc Golf Academy Championship thing at Eagles Crossing. Always see ads for it. So there was a qualifier that I was about to sign up for. I was going to, and I think it was where was that? I think it was Angry Beaver. I can't remember. And I was actually pretty interested. Ended up doing it. I can't remember why, if it was money or if I was traveling to Michigan or what, but very interested in it, but don't know if I could actually make it happen. Pakistan. Yes. I think you're right. I think she was from Pakistan, not India. And yes, just one disc golf course in Pakistan. Yeah, that's tough. Brian says, at Dugit trying to play in one at Splinter City here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Doc says, Johnny, don't go to the course till you have at least 300 discs. Terrible advice. I don't have 300 discs. Doc says, sadly, no MA5 in my area for the qualifier. And that's why Doc plays MPO, right? Good question. All right, still have a lot of ice in here. Man. Ariane says, yo, what's he doing here? Talking about disc golf. So all of these are disc golf discs. Yeah, got a couple here. They fly a little bit differently from each other. We're actually voting on these 4, so vote for the brave. Can I say that? Can I try to influence people to vote in the poll? So a lot of people are familiar with a frisbee, ultimate frisbee, but a disc is designed very differently. It's supposed to be faster and fly further. And disc golf is a variation on golf where you see how few throws it can take you to get your discs, a disc to get into a disc golf basket. So you throw and then you go to where you landed and you throw from there until you get in the basket. So yeah, the goal is as low of a number as possible. Hole-in-ones are very rare. Doc says, Brad, you do what you want. Okay, that's good. It's good. Brave really dropped back 20% for the Brave and Valkyrie, or sorry, for the Brave and Leopard, 15% for the Valkyrie, 45% for the Destroyer. So we really got ourselves, I think it's just a popularity contest now. The Destroyer is just destroying. Ariane says, all right, peace, man. Bless you. Thanks for hopping in. Dude just says, mine's only got 8 people in it, so you might see me Eagles Crossing later this year. Heck yeah. Doc says, not like we would try to take it away from you and make it a soup podcast. Yeah, well, I'm sure that would never happen. Ever. Yeah, dude, hope you do well, man. That sounds very exciting. Hope it is a fun experience. Brian says we are at 6 total for all divisions, and it's in 2 weeks. I wonder if there has to be a limit, at least so many people, I'm guessing. Dude says, thanks, Doc, but I don't know if there's going to be, an MJ 16 division. Yeah, that does make it tough. Doc says, Brad, if Duja makes it and it's on video, would you do commentary on it? Oh, that's a great question. And it actually brings up something I've been thinking about. So Doc says, well, you killed my commentary hopes. Brad Mess. If there was coverage and one of us was on coverage and I had the ability to do commentary on it, I would love to. I don't know how. Like if Jomez releases a video, I don't think that I can just like download their video and then re-release it with commentary and be like, this is my video. I know that you can do that to an extent, but you have to, well, maybe commentary would be actually possible. I'm not sure. I know there are limits on exactly what content you can do commentary on, and sometimes as long as you're adding value and giving your own commentary is adding value, quote unquote, like it's fine, but it's not always recognized as fine. So anyway, Brad can commentary and quit using his fake American accent and use his British one. Digit says if Brad would do commentary, I'll personally see that it happens. I mean, if you give me the video file, I'll do commentary. Just play MA3, yeah. It does bring up a question that I've been kicking around. So I've been considering the idea of doing channel memberships. So the channel membership, if you're not familiar with it, basically I would add members only content to the channel. And then if you do pay for a channel membership, I have no idea what the amount would be. But if you do pay for a membership level, you get certain membership perks that come along with it, such as a members only video or a members only live stream that's available. The thing is, I don't want to take our weekly live stream, 2 daily shorts, or weekly video and make it a members only thing. Like I would want to maintain everything that I do that's accessible for everyone right now and keep it free for everyone. But I'm considering doing additional content that's members only. One of the things I've considered is going through some of my old videos and doing commentary on it. So like rewatching my old video and talking about it, talking about where it took place, who I was with, the shots, the disc I decided to throw, the shot shape I was aiming for, if I executed, if I didn't execute correctly, if it was just super, super lucky, or if it's exactly what I was planning to do, how much I ended up winning by or losing by, or whatever. So my question for you is, are you in any way, shape, or form interested in that content, in me watching one of my videos and talking about how I made the video, how I filmed it? And if so, do you think that it's inappropriate members only perk, or do you think that it's kind of like, is it crappy of me to hide things behind a members only paywall? That's probably, fair if that's your opinion. And I don't really know exactly what I think about it yet. So I was curious what you guys thought, and I wanted to kind of float that out there, see what your thoughts are on it. I'm not looking for anyone to commit to paying for membership. I just want to kind of get an idea of what you think about that possibility. Oh, we already got ideas. Brad, try some commentary on cell phone footage people send you. Moose thinks says, why do you need this many plates? Plate reference. These are disc golf discs. If I can grab it. They are designed to fly. You throw them, and they fly really far. So as opposed to an ultimate disc, a frisbee, a disc golf disc is designed to fly further and faster and be used in the sport of disc golf to get as close to the basket as possible. Different discs have different flight paths. Some of them are designed to fly really far. Some turn to the right. Some go dead straight. Some go to the left really fast. This one turns a little bit to the right. This is a Maverick. It's a Maverick, right, guys? It's a Maverick, right? Where is that? It's 173 grams. I get it. What is it? Come on. I literally just can't find it. Hatchet. It's a hatchet, not a Maverick. Where did I get that from? I don't know why I grabbed the hatchet and I think Maverick. Uh, da, 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 da. Doc says we get custom mini markers that look like a soup can lid. So as random as that is, that's exactly the type of thing that could be a perk of members only. It's like you sign up and you get a custom mini. Like that's exactly what you might have included in a members only perk. So yeah, like why not? Why not a soup can lid? Why not? Dude says I don't know if there's gonna be video. It'd be like much worse than Gatekeeper. Justin says interested but not interested in paying. Dude just said I keep members away till like 10 to 15k subs. I only pay $2 to $5 a month. No offense. That's not no offense taken. I would like if I were to create a members only, I would have a low tier and then some type of higher tier that I expect almost like one tenth of 1% of people to be interested in. Yeah, so I would probably have like a $1.99 membership tier that has a perk or two, but nothing crazy. And then if I do get to a point where, say, I have merchandise, you get a if there's like a $20 members only, but you get a t-shirt every month. I don't know. I'm really not sure about this. But yeah, I think 2 to 5 a month is a good call because I'm not looking at like, oh, hey, here's me doing commentary. I released one video, now pay $10 a month so that you can watch that one video once. I would want to do like a commentary video every week, and it would be less than $5 for monthly membership. And that's just like one thought. There's no need for members only live streams because there aren't that many people in the live streams. Pretty much everyone gets their comment responded to. But it's possible that eventually, especially like you said, 10 to 15k subs, like maybe at some point we get to the point where it would actually be beneficial to have a members only live stream in addition to the normal live stream, where people who like really are like, I want to be like answered when I leave a comment. Like in the old days, like that would make sense. Doc says, could some perk be like custom prayers we can play on our phones before we throw putt? Man, going all in. Jim says, would like the videos but would never pay for it. I don't need to apologize. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I would be a member if you either do a members only soup stream or we get a soup can minis. You know what? As much as I love it and how random it is, like it is not impossible that we get a custom stamped soup disc at some point in the future. Not impossible. Hatch is a nice disc. He shaves the beard, throws it into the plastic before he makes some discs. That is absolutely disgusting and very funny. If you did, you should name the tiers like MA4 through MPO for highest tier. That is so genius. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely true. Isaiah, any advice you can give a 25-year-old trying to find his purpose? Found myself scrolling YouTube, asking random people for help. So yeah, my advice is, for me, I'm a Christian. So the way that I organize my life is God first, and then part of loving God with my entire life is loving everyone around me. But that especially means deep, close personal relationships. So really putting effort into family can be incredibly rewarding. And then down the line, you also want to put your effort into work, trying to pursue something that does good, that brings about a better experience of life for other people, whether that be working on an assembly line and putting a product together, or working in a church or a school and directly teaching people and interacting interpersonally with people, encouraging them, or diving into an extracurricular that you can really make an impact, like YouTube, where you can have influence on people that you've never met in person, never interacted with. I think you can really flourish where you are in life, in those relationships and in those circumstances. So for me, everything that I do, all the decisions that I make are ordered by how can I obey God without putting myself first, and then how can I use the personality, the talents, the desires, the interests that God has given me to help everyone around me and make the world better. So when you do that, I don't like people who basically say like, you should give up everything that you want and then just obey, just serve God, because you do sometimes have to give up what you want to serve God, but you don't want to throw away all of the you that God has designed you to be. You don't want to throw all of it away, because some of that is really good. Like my personality, my interests, if I just kind of was like, well, I love disc golf, so I should never play because that's just a selfish thing that I want. God just wants me to obey him. It's like, well, maybe God really wants me to pursue disc golf and on the way encourage other people, teach other people how to play the sport, share my love and passion for the sport, build personal relationships with people that I meet out on the course and encourage them. And maybe, I'm able to share my faith, my belief system as well. But just, yeah, that's a lot of rambling to say that I think purpose can truly be found in not in living for yourself, but in properly living as yourself, as you've been created, as you've been designed, in the good ways in which your personhood and personality can shine through, for the betterment of God and others. That is my ultimate opinion. Juju says go to church. 100% agree. Doc says, Brad, can you get custom emotes and we could post them before a question? I think I can do that. I think that is a membership option. Yeah. Doc says, why would you do a soup disc kind of off the wall? Well, for you, every disc is off the wall because you throw them. And Doc says, Isaiah, disc golf is life. Remember that. Instead of a membership, what if you had a birdie time disc golf team? A birdie time disc golf team. So just have a shirt or something with a birdie time logo on it. Don't have to pay for members, entrance fees, or anything crazy. Or a pin. Don't know if we get enough peeps for shirts yet. Yeah, just something that says we're on the team. Interesting. Okay. Wrote that one down. Or tags. Entice people to sign up early, get the low numbers. Then every time we podium or win, we shout out birdie time. Digit, you're a genius. Do meetups with fellow members trying to get their tag. Oh my gosh. Soban says, hello from Iran. Hello. Hello from the United States. Digit says, members pay a little bit a month to Brad, so he still has incentive to run the team. Brian says, preach. Yes, always, Brian. Always. Tags would be so fun. He wrote it down. Yeah, I wrote it down. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. I almost want to just think about it and not keep talking on the stream. Anyway, is written down. Okay, checking in on the poll. Destroyer is destroying at 50% votes, but we're only at 28 votes, so we're not blown out of the water. Starting the poll late probably didn't help, and also the fact that it's just a disc golf poll probably pulls in a few fewer votes versus Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. Everybody can vote for that. Valkyrie at 11%, Brave at 21, solid. Leopard at 18. Not bad. Tags would be fun. Okay. So how would tags work, Doc? Let's say you have a tag, you have tag 10, and somebody 3 states away has tag 4. Like, how do you play for the tag? Brian says, voted for the Brave. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Dude says, I practice so much more if I know I'm representing birdie time. What happened to Valkyrie? I know. I don't know what happened. We got the early votes. All right, Doc says, Brad, people could play if visiting other areas. So I like it. So I don't want to. Here's the thing. When people are presenting an idea, you don't want to just be like, well, that idea doesn't work. Because it's a good idea. So I'm trying to yes and the idea instead of like, well, here's the problem with it. Trying to figure out how to like, because you could exchange a tag if you happen to be in town with somebody, and we could have like a Discord or something that has everybody in it, so that you have the ability to be like, hey, I'm going to this town. Anybody there with a tag? That's absolutely possible. I almost feel like it might it had have to be more localized. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not sure. Don't you use fancy improv tools on me, man. Creativity. Actually, probably none of you. Well, maybe I said it on stream. I can't remember. But in college, I got my degree in youth ministry and biblical studies, and then I got a minor in creativity. I don't know if any of you knew that or remembered that, but I got a minor in creativity. So I took multiple creativity classes in college, including ideation and problem solving. So not so much improv, but creativity. Creativity, innovation, and design. Every time you win or podium, you move up a tag. Huh. Doc says there wouldn't be a lot of tag matches, so no big news when it happens. Just a whiteboard tag. Look at mine. If Doc's is too much travel. Discord would be awesome. Interesting. I haven't spent this much time quiet on my stream in a long time. Discord would be awesome. Dude would be down to run it. Yeah, I like that. Discord. It's good. Jim says, does anyone else think Gannonburg should come out with his own putter or mid-range Discmania disc called the Birdie? Yeah, that'd be pretty great. That'd be pretty great. I like it. But he should spell it Birdie. No, the Bur. Of course, that makes perfect sense. That would be very cool. Doc says, creativity, what college was this? Homeschool college. Now I'm jealous. Creativity sounds like a fun college course. Yeah, you missed the boat on it. It's actually one of the faster growing fields in the United States. And Stanford has creativity majors. You can major in creativity. This was at Cornerstone University in Grand Rapids. But yes, at the time, it was just a minor that was offered. But yeah, big tech companies are looking for people with experience in creativity because they don't want people who will just hear an idea and say, well, that won't work because of this. And then dead. Now there's no more ideas because the idea is just shot down. They want people who will recognize flaws in an idea, but who will say, but what's the good out of this idea? Or maybe this idea plus something else to make it better. Like, how can we even get bigger and better on that? So the yes and comes through with that. So yeah, I actually have a bunch of creativity books because I had to get, there were textbooks that I had to purchase. So I've got them in boxes, but yep, it's good. It's helpful for life, just in general, but for running meetings and stuff like that, it's a useful skill. They're not just kind of locked into doing things one way forever. Dude, you need to teach that creativity course. Nice. Yeah, it was a pretty fun college course. The classes were interesting, and they weren't really easy, but that was one of the greatest strengths was the classes were so interesting that you wanted to put more effort into it. One of our coolest designs that we did is we were given a hamster personality, and this hamster personality was described to us just on paper. And so we might have a lonely hamster. We might get an introverted hamster who wants space and time alone. A hamster who's nervous about other hamsters, etc. And then we had to bring in like physical prototyped designs that were built for our hamster personality. So we would build tubing that would connect to another hamster den so that they could visit each other. Or we could have a room where the hamster could go to be alone and away from everyone else. That could be closed off and only they could get into it. Stuff like that. So we had some very cool projects. And that project was, you know, probably actually more difficult in some ways than some of the papers that I wrote. But I wasn't just, it would be easier to just sit down and write a paper, but actually creating it was tough. But it was fun. It was very interesting. Xertius says light speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. I think it's also 186,000 miles per second. 187,000 miles per second. Am I thinking sound? 186,282 miles per second. Pretty happy about that. That's the quiz team captain, high school quiz team captain coming out. If you had that team, Doc could be your Ken Climo, and I could be the up and coming Burr. That's really good. Pretty and Poison said, "Have you ever seen Maze Runner?" I've read it. I read the first Maze Runner book. I was actually pretty interested in it. I did not actually watch the first Maze Runner movie, but I did read the first book and enjoyed it. But I read it after I read Hunger Games and Divergent, like kind of recent. And then I read Maze Runner. And I think I got a little burned out in the genre. And I don't think that's Maze Runner's fault. I think it was just my experience. Do you like the Maze Runner book? Movie? Doc says, "Dude, online league cards. Change it weekly by wins or different ways. Maybe get points for watching, liking birdie videos, and being at the live." It's amazing. Put higher value on real world results. Still have a pin or a hat or something physical to rep Brad. Appreciate you guys. Doc says, "Am I allowed to make it so the other players in my tournament have accidents?" Justin says, "You just nerded out on us right there." Yes, I did. I absolutely did. Soup slip accidents? Oh, gosh. Doc says, "Just finished Dark Descent of Elizabeth Frankenstein." Good book. Pretty Poison says, "Yes." So did you watch, are all of the Maze Runner movies out, or did they stop making the movies? I know, I think maybe they made all the Divergent movies. Maybe I'm wrong about that. So did they make all of the like the Scorch Trials and the rest of the Maze Runner movies? Dujik, we do league tags with IR codes that go to your virtual card. Oh my gosh. Joe King says, nice dinner plate collection. Number 2 plate reference of the night. Oh, third plate reference. Did I miss one? So these are not dinner plates. These are discs. I'm going to use that one. So these are disc golf discs. And so as opposed to a frisbee, which is kind of slow, doesn't go super far, discs are designed to fly further and faster than a frisbee. So disc golf involves throwing discs at a basket target that's often hundreds of feet away. And so usually for amateurs, we're going to need multiple throws to get there. So just like in golf, you want to get there in as few throws as possible, but you're going to be using your discs. They all fly differently. Some fly faster, some turn to the right, some fade out fast, some go pretty straight if you throw them correctly. So all of these discs fly a little bit differently. And I have a little bit of experience throwing almost all of these. Some of them I've thrown a lot. And the ones that I've thrown the most and I trust the most are in my bag that I take out with me on the course. So I usually have like 22 discs with me when I'm playing around with disc golf. I also play in tournaments. So I've won a couple of tournaments. That is my first place MA4 tournament trophy was down. That's sad. Got a couple trophies. This one's my favorite because it's the biggest tournament that I've won, and it's a hometown kind of experience, and it's really cool. And I know the guy who made the trophy, Noel. He has an amazing art. So that was really, really awesome. Zerdius, is it normal to get less motivated for something? I like guitar when we feel down because of serious personal issues, so I practice less and don't improve. Something I love like guitar, when we feel down because of, okay, gotcha. So you practice less and don't improve. Yeah, it's absolutely normal to feel less motivated to do things. Motivation can be really, really great, but learning how to work without having motivation is a huge, huge, huge strength. And if you do kind of continue, like I played a lot of soccer growing up, 15 years of soccer, and I had days where I didn't really want to play soccer, I didn't want to practice. I did everything I could when I wasn't feeling motivated to still enjoy it. I'd listen to music, I would make up little games, but I would go and I would practice anyway. And usually, partway through my practice session, I found myself enjoying it. I found that I was getting motivation from doing it. So, motivation can help you start doing things, but by doing things, you continue to kind of bring motivation out of interacting with it. So sometimes if you just start it anyway, when you don't feel like it, you can find your motivation in the activity. It's not like it happens every time, but that is certainly something that often happens with humans, is that we feel like we lack motivation. We don't want to start doing something, so we don't start. But if we had started, we would have really enjoyed it. So that's my my recommendation, my kind of approach to motivation is to recognize when I don't feel motivated, I still want to follow through on my habit of practice. And usually, like with disc golf, when I don't really feel like leaving the house, when I go play around anyway, I usually enjoy that round quite a bit. Judah says, yes, quite normal. Joe says, my GF throws ceramic discs at my head when I annoy her. I hope that's not true. Zerdia says, can you throw with both hands with no difficulty? No, that would cause a lot of difficulty. I throw one-handed all the time. Backhand, normally I'm throwing. Occasionally forehand, not my strength. I threw a couple of overhand shots today, which you guys will see in that video when I'm done editing it. It's going to be kind of fun. I'll never throw with two hands at the same time because the body mechanics don't benefit a two-handed throw. Strength is not the main thing with disc golf. Form is everything. So if you have the right timing with your reach and your body and your arms and your shoulders and your hips, your power generation is going to be better than if you're really, really strong and you just muscle the disc as fast as you can. Body mechanics trump strength. So throwing two-handed doesn't actually have any benefit because your body mechanics will be worse two-handed than it will be with a one-hand throw. Joe says, no, I'm okay. My brain is small anyway, so no damage done. Really hope that's not true. If it's actually happening, that is a problem. Dude says, what's the arm speed? Gosh. Uh, uh, oh, as a Welshman, our thing was bows, not discs. I am a bow hunter. I haven't hunted recently, but I have killed a deer with a bow. So I have a Martin bow from 15 years ago that I have. Still have it. Done a ton of target shooting, and I've killed a deer. I shot another deer, but I missed vitals, and I've killed a rabbit with an arrow and ate it later. Have you ever killed a bird? No, but that's just because I didn't go turkey hunting with my bow. No, with discs, I've never hit a bird. I actually almost hit a deer. I forgot about that. I missed a deer by about a foot. Long story, but yeah, I almost hit a deer with a disc. It was in my yard. Never killed a bird. Nope. Lint says you look like you prefer to throw forehand. I don't. My forehand is terrible. I'm 98% backhand with a standstill forehand, forehand upshot. Basically, that's about it. Prodigy D1, D2, best distance on the market side for sidearm throwers. On the market for sidearm throwers. Yeah, they go far. They go far. I have a D2 Air. Does not fly like a normal D2. Very, very flippy. But my forehand just isn't great. Doc says, oh, should there be teams, dude? Like Patreon levels a team. It says league tags, team matches, see which levels are the most points. Like different team levels, like major brands. Wow. I don't know. There's probably not enough for multiple tiers. Not yet. Lent says, I can throw a frisbee over mountains. Well, if I'm in a plane, I can too. Doc says, when people discover the power of soup, I expect to see millions. Gosh. No, don't replace me with Brent. Xerxes, have you ever tried throwing blindfolded? Yes, I have. I have tried to throw hole-in-one blindfolded. I tried on 4 different holes, I think. I thought about making it a series, and then I just kind of didn't do it. But I also got one blindfolded birdie that was at Jonesville in Florida, hole 17. And it was my first throw off the tee and my first putt, so it was a legitimate blind birdie. And then in a few like fun rounds, I've pulled out the blindfold for certain shots. But yes, I've done it a couple times as a trick shot for fun. You need to go to a pro tour event and either give soup to a pro or get a can of it signed by one. I'm gonna have to do research and find out which pros like soup the most. $2 level is Team Brad. $5 level is Team Brent. No. Killed Bambi and Thumper, dude. Yeah, but at different times, different years, so they never knew each other. Same place though. Dude just said I've hit a squirrel before. I think I might have hit a squirrel before. It was on camera. I think I just missed it, but it looked like it hit it in real time. Dude just says, do yourself a favor, never watch this forehand only round. Fair. It's a rough one, but it's funny. Actually, there's a few highlights, so you should watch my forehand only round. Dude just doesn't know anything. God bless, no forehand. Yeah, forehand stinks. Noah says, I've hit a deer while putting. How did it not run away? Is it possible to hurt yourself with frisbee? So if you have bad form and you throw poorly, then you can get over time arm or back pain. People have injured their elbows from doing like crazy 360 forehands. So yeah, you can get athletic injuries. And if you get hit with a disc, yes, it can absolutely hurt. Some people have gotten stitches because they got hit in the head. Thankfully, he had a hat on. People have gotten hit in the head and had to go to the hospital, get stitches. So yeah, discs are dangerous. You want to be very cautious and careful. You don't want to just throw blindly at a hole and hope no one's there. You want to make sure you're not putting someone in danger. Yeah. Uh, yeah, if your friend hits you in the head with one, it hurts a lot. Uh, Doojit from hero to zero. Campaigning to be the new Doojit. Oh my gosh, what does that entail? What in the world would that even mean, the new Doojit? Do you throw at a park or any huge places? Yes. So a lot of disc golf courses are at local parks. And actually, a lot of parks and rec communities, uh, in a lot of different communities, the Parks and Rec department is interested in disc golf courses because disc golf has a positive impact on a community. It has a minimal impact on nature, unlike a golf course where you need to clear out an entire fairway. Disc golf uses trees as obstacles. So we want a fairway you can throw down, but the idea is that it's supposed to be a challenge. You're supposed to have to avoid the trees. So you're not clearing out a forest, you're clearing out a path in the forest. And that's going to be a disc golf hole, especially somewhere in Charlotte like Nevin. You have an entire forest, and then you have this little fairway that they've cleared out a couple of trees, uh, but like 99% of the forest is still there. And disc golf is great for people of all ages. So I've seen 3-year-olds playing disc golf, and I've seen 90-year-olds playing disc golf. Obviously, they're both better than me, but you can really play disc golf for your whole life. It's a low impact sport, and if you have good form and you're not like hurting yourself, you can just keep playing forever. There's also age protected divisions that keep going up and up. So as you get older and older, Doc will tell you they have age protected divisions that let you compete at a protected level, so you don't have to play against someone who's Gannon Burr, 18 years old and crazy athletic on the pro tour. Let's see. Oh, and it's just it's a great activity for getting a lot of walking in. Like you walk several miles on a disc golf course. There are certain courses that are disc golf courses exclusively, but usually a disc golf course shares a public park space. Boothville says, like your fit. Thanks. It's just a shirt. Olson says, homie, I've been watching. You seem to play every day. You're consistent. Go in an amateur event or GoPro. Rooting for you. Yeah, I'm on that line. I'm on that line between amateur and pro at the moment. So I did win the Chainhawk Open MA1 A tier, which was a real huge blessing. It was an honor. And at that time, I said, all right, I'm going pro. Well, I have played an MPO, but I'm waiting a little bit until Amateur Worlds and US Amateurs. So I think Dujit said that he's going to win Amateur Worlds this year. No, I'm not. But I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best. But once the amateur majors are done for the year, I'll fully step into the MPO division and accept cash. But up till now, I've been turning cash down. So I have cashed at multiple MPO tournaments, including actually my first one. I ended up winning my first MPO tournament, and I turned down $110. That was hard to do. But the good news is that money passed down to a couple of buddies of mine, so worked out. Yeah, so amateur majors, and then I'll go fully MPO. But yeah, hopefully in the meantime, I can win some tournaments at some point. It's been a minute. It's been tough in Charlotte. Hasn't been my best disc golf yet. I don't even want to read this. Jim saw a girl in the group in front of us gridlock a driver into her boyfriend's upper lip 6 stitches later. Ugh. Dude just said it hurt my shoulder before from bad form early last year. I had a lot of back pain from not following through. Like, it can happen. Dude just says, luckily fixed it and throwing 50 feet further. Heck yeah. Doc says, ouch. Jim, see the girl on the Champs Chumps? She grip locked, almost hit some spectators. Ever lost a disc in a tree? Yes, multiple times. My saddest one was my MVP Terra, which I loved. And it turns out really bad at forehands. Lost it 50 feet up in a tree. It was there for probably 7 months. And then last year when the hurricanes came through, it knocked it down. And I like the next day I went and I played the course and it was already gone. So somebody found it, kept it, didn't turn it in. Man, that one hurts. That was a great disc. I had an ace with that disc. Blind. Actually, I had 2 aces with that disc. I forgot about that ace. I think I have 30 aces now. I forgot about an ace. I gotta write that down. Writing a lot down this stream. Doc says, had a folder on my phone called Trees Caught My Disc. being in older divisions, less Ed Sheeran music. If you give up cash, should get crazy bucks. Stinks, you get nothing. Olson says, cheers, we're rooting for you. You got this. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll do my best. Absolutely try my hardest. And yeah, try to tear it up amateur worlds and US amateur so I can go to both. That'd be great. Xertius, can you also throw a CD disc? No, they go totally different flight. When you don't have the rim and the flight plate of the disc, when it's just flat, like there's nothing controlling its like stability when the disc is thrown, so it just goes like it's just wild. Yeah, so I have thrown CD discs. Absolutely does not work. Dude has been playing for 3 years now and haven't aced yet. It's gonna be like Ganon. Your first ace is gonna be on the Pro Tour. Wouldn't that be awesome? CDs fly really well, not for me. CDs in their cases fly okay. CDs out of their cases, they're just wild. Can't control them. Crazy bucks equals store credit. Oh, I see. Yeah, so the 110 I turned down, no store credit. But the 150 that I got from the Charlotte Roar Open, I did get merge credit. And so that's where my keystones, that's where my Legend of Zelda, Link, Hylian Shield, Master Sword, stamped Buzz came from. Okay, good. I couldn't tell if it was going to show up or not. So I have had some store credit, but it's not the same thing when I want to like pay for my next tournament or get Taco Bell. Doc says, yeah, only aces. We're on a putting course. Don't count those. Zertia says, I know nothing about this sport, but it seems fun. I guess each disc different from each other. Yes, absolutely. So for instance, this is a Brave, and it is a 7-speed 6-glide driver. So that 7 and that 6 determine the way that it flies. A putter, what's a Sonic? One, shoot, I don't know. Here we go. This Polecat has a 1-speed 3-glide. So a 1-speed is low, a 3-glide is kind of low to middle, versus a 7-speed 6-glide, versus this Strive, which is a 13-speed 5-glide. So the Strive is going to fly at a different speed, and it's going to have a different flight path than a Brave, than a Polecat. And the Polecat's shaped very differently too, to the Strive. So you can see how or why they're going to have very different flight from each other. So it's very interesting. And there are 4 numbers that determine the flight path: speed, glide, turn, and fade. So with those 4 numbers ranging from like 0 to 5 or 0 to 14, that just mathematically speaking, you're going to come out with hundreds of discs that are all different from each other. It's actually looking like I'm missing a bunch because I grabbed the discs for the pole. Is this where my Brave was? That's where my Brave was. I trade never acing for being on the Pro Tour any day. Give a couple more years. Hit metal way too much, but no aces. Yeah, that's it'll happen. You'll get one and you'll get a few. Doc says Brad needs to make an about disc golf video for people who come in but don't know anything about disc golf. It like autoplays. You're like, Trigger words are plates and what's the other one? We'll do plates and Ed Sheeran, and then what are those frisbees? And then if that's like asked, it like pops up and is like, you are eligible for this auto playing video. What is disc golf? Explain all the stream lore for the noobs. Oh gosh, yeah. By the way, we're gonna talk about soup. Any discs you never use? That's a good question. So I have several discs that I haven't thrown or have only thrown once or twice. So I've only thrown this Calvinheimer Destroyer once because it's not a good, like, it doesn't go far for me. And the way it flies isn't really going to make any shots that I want to happen work well. So that's a good example. Same with this disc. It's a very similar thing, and it's shaped really wonky. So it does have a use, but it doesn't make my bag. And then I have discs like this, where I've had a bunch of professionals, a bunch of pro players sign it, and it's on the shelf because I don't want to lose it. I actually lost one of my discs that had a bunch of signatures on it. So I'm keeping it safe and not throwing it, even though I like the way it flies, because I want to preserve the disc. So I do have some discs like that are, discs that don't fly like I want them to, are signed or special in some way, like the Legend of Zelda disc or this Rocket League stamped Force. I'm not going to throw this disc because I want to keep it on the shelf. And despite what Doc says, you don't have to throw every single disc. You can keep some safe. Dude just says, couple years trust. Once I win, I'll shout you out, Brad. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Apparently clear ones. Yeah, I don't have clear discs. Soup, Ed Sheeran, clear disc, plates. Do you have a hex? I do have a hex, Kingsley. Where's my hex? Guys, where's my hex? Is this my... No, it's an echo. Boom. I've got myself an Eclipse hex. It's a nice, like, purple, blue... Like, I really like it. Let me see. Fun little thing. You can, like, barely see it, probably. There's a little blue. Can you see that at all? Hey, that's not bad. That actually turned out okay. You can tell the glow color with, like, spotlights on my face. But yes, I like the hex. It's a great disc. I don't have multiple. I don't have multiple different plastics, but I do have the Eclipse hex, and I actually did a disc review of the Total Eclipse hex when it came out, and yeah, tested it out. Actually had some really nice throws with it. Not all of my throws were good, of course, but I was able to capture a couple of nice throws with it on camera. And if I didn't bag the Taco and the Echo, I probably would have the hex in the bag for a ton of different shot shapes. Doc says you don't change your bag out weekly. I probably change one disc a week. Probably. Zerdius, thanks. That was interesting. I got to sleep here. Wish you luck. Thank you so much. And thanks for hopping in. It was a lot of fun chatting with you. You had some great questions. And it was fun to kind of just talk through some disc golf stuff. Be well. Actually shows up good. Yeah, I was impressed with that. Yeah, so as far as one disc a week, by the way, I'm keeping, like, I've probably kept 12 discs in my bag for the last 4 months. But some of the other, like, 5, I'm not counting. Well, I should count putters probably. Like, so probably 15 or 16 of my discs have been in the bag for 6 months. But the other kind of 6 discs, like, I kind of added a keystone, took it back out, switched my pixel to the Eclipse pixel, added that ward into my bag, which, by the way, is flying great. So whoever voted for what number 4 or whatever for that blue warden, it's been working out great. And I've taken the Prodigy X4 out of the bag, put it back in the bag. I added that DD1 pink one from my Discmania unboxing into the bag, but I could take that out of the bag and maybe put an Insanity in the bag. So it just kind of depends. I have a couple of flex spots. I had a couple pipelines in the bag for a while. Those came out. I took the Rogue out of the bag because I got my Brave back, but maybe I'll add the Rogue back into the bag at some point. I don't know. Just depends. It's always in flux. Luke says, have you thrown the Shadowfax? Great shout. That's in the bag right now because I took out my Valkyrie and X4 for a couple of days, and I put the Shadowfax and the FX3 into the bag. So that's kind of how I do it. Is I'll be like, I don't think I need this or this disc on my local courses, and I'll have the shot shape if I need it from another disc. So I'm going to swap those out, and I'm going to put in a couple discs to try out. So Shadowfax flew fine, but it was very windy, so it wasn't a great wind read. And I also was filming for the prototype P4, so I didn't actually get to like really focus on the Shadowfax at the time. But I got some throws with it. It's in the bag, so I'm going to get more throws with it and keep getting a little bit more familiar with it. That's good. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Doc says, I suggest everyone in disc golf change your bag out weekly. Try all the discs except for the trail. So silly. Dude just says, back to the team's idea. If I win some events for you, I want a Constellation Emperor in exchange. Ooh. Do I make that promise right now? I have an Emperor that I could promise to Dujit if Dujit wins a tournament. Should I say it has to be an MPO tournament? Should I say it has to be on the Pro Tour? Should I say it has to be an A tier? What standards do I... What level of tournament do I need to require Dujit to win an Emperor from me? Especially if it is my... Where is it? Oh. Nope. Especially if it is my personal Garrett Gerthley signed Emperor, which is different from the giveaway Emperor. Doc says, FX3, I saw FX1 and 2, never 3. Brian Brown, great actor. I'm guessing those are movies. Goes right over my head. Oh, that's so stupid. Yeah, Luke asked Dujit what his rating is. Jim said, going to park my Zuka as soon as I receive my Aaron Gossage pound Octothorpe next month. Anyone else have a pound bag? Dujit says, C tier MA2, I'm only like 15, so can't really promise MPO. MA2 to 1. FX movies about special effects, like fighting as bad guys using it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Dude just says, Luke, got a PGA membership last month. No rating yet, but around 920 to 940. Okay. So that's a solid rating. So I might have to say, like, I might have to up it to at least like an MA1 A tier. For an Emperor. I don't know. Let's just say if you rep me out there and you're winning tournaments, I will give you an Emperor. That will happen if you're out there repping birdie time and winning. I don't know exactly what criteria that will be to meet that, but it will happen. It'll happen. Doc says, you kids today don't know the classics. Not necessarily a signed one. Oh, makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, I did not know that FX was a classic fighting special effects series of movies. I have watched all the Lethal Weapons. Those are classics, right? I don't know. I don't know what's a classic. Pride and Prejudice, is that a classic? The BBC version. Uh, what counts as a classic to you, Doc? Something from your generation, or something from the 1800s, or what? All right, Doc says. Oh, Judah says you got to make a team first for that to happen. Doc says, Brad, if you get say 50 Patreon members, do like member of the month gets a disc. Get Duja that disc. Yeah, that's hmm. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Duja, I would have turned me before Brad gets 50 subs. No offense. I better start prepping. I better start putting the effort into this. I didn't know this was a competition. Luke says at least kids nowadays don't just talk about soup. Yep, true. Justin is in full agreement with that. Man, there's still a lot of ice in there. Cold. All right, let me check the poll. Destroyer is just climbing 55%. We are at 40 votes now. Valkyrie, that's not bad. It's not bad. Leopard at 12. Solid, solid, solid. Doc says BBC Casanova was really good. Yep, sounds like a classic. I like the BBC Sherlock Holmes with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman. Is that a classic? It's at least like 8 years old. Dude says, got to go for 30 minutes. Be back if you're still on. All right, Dude, I'll stay on until you're back. I can't promise any longer than that, but I will hang on at least until you're back, as long as it's within 35 minutes. Luke says, hey, Brad, do you plan on making the Pro Tour someday? So that's a great question. I'll be perfectly honest. I do not expect to actually compete for a season on the Pro Tour. Is my goal to competently compete in a Pro Tour event. So I want to cash on the Pro Tour at some point. So I don't know my timeline for that exactly. The main thing this year is financial for me. So I can't travel anywhere to play a Pro Tour event and try to like make the Monday qualifier and stay there long enough to compete that weekend. So my only real opportunity is Charlotte. So yeah, this fall I would love to play the Monday qualifier for USDGC and see how I do. I'm sure that I will not match up, but that's like a big experience that I'm kind of hoping to get this year. That will be kind of my official benchmark to measure up, because I think USDGC is one of the tougher courses and one of the full, like, you have to fully be a Pro Tour pro if you want to expect to play well there. So I think that'll be a real true test of how far away I am really from making it on the Pro Tour. And that'll be a good measure and experience to kind of like just see that difference. Because if that difference is actually like a reasonable difference, like 50 feet of distance and 5% of putting in circle 1 and circle 2, like, then I'm really close. If it's like 25% circle 1 putting, 120 feet of distance, it's like, okay, I got it. I'm not even close. So that's kind of my like plan, my overarching idea, to kind of like test the waters of the Pro Tour. But I have no expectation of, getting good enough to jump onto the Pro Tour and tour. I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that's possible. But I've always said if I learn how to throw another 100 feet, my putting is solid. Like it's consistent, it's good, and even right now it's not great, but it's like acceptable. It's really, really distant. The rest of it is just repetition and practice, getting better at it. So if I find myself truly understanding form better and adding 100 feet, I think I could actually play okay on the Pro Tour. But without that distance, it's just not possible. Doc says, anything David Tennant does is good. Oh, I missed Mark Antoine. Essence is always my go-to for drivers. Essence is good. I only have thrown the Essence really in my Discmania mystery box test round that I did, but I enjoyed it. I liked it as a disc. I thought it was great. Yeah. And here it is. One of the X out discs, but yeah, I like my Essence. I like the tiny bit of turn that I get out of it. I know that it can turn over a lot more, but basically brand new. Only thrown like 15 times. Wasn't really drifting it too much, but really enjoyed it. It's a good disc. Basil Rathbone Sherlock Holmes is the classic, but Sherlock was really well done. The ending a bit awkward in my opinion. Yeah, one of the downsides of the Sherlock with the recent BBC Sherlock is they kind of had to be indecisive about there being more seasons. They had to leave the door open for more Sherlock, but they kind of like left the door open and then didn't make more. So then it's like, okay, now the ending is a little bit awkward because you're not making another season. And it sounds like Martin Freeman really was just not up for it. I think that's what happened is he was like, I think I'm just done with Sherlock. It's too much. The fans are too much. Whatever you think of that. I think that's the reason behind it. But it is too bad that they kind of left it open. And if they had known, they could have just like ended. It's not bad as an ending, but they could have like fully been like done. Mark says, have you ever been disc golfing in Canada? I'm from Quebec, and we have some great courses. I have not experienced Canada. I have experienced disc golf in Michigan, so close-ish to Canada. But no, I have not gone across the border and played disc golf in Canada. I have heard you guys have some great courses, though, for sure. But yeah, have not been up in Canada for disc golf yet. Maybe one day. Ardisher says, hope I'm not repeating, but how long have you been playing disc golf? Did you have a coach or are you all self-taught? It's a great question. So I have been playing for 3 years, just over 3 years. I would say like mostly self-taught. My brother taught me how to grip the disc, which was instrumental. Once I understood how you hold a disc, I basically just started getting a ton of practice and slowly getting better. I did watch some YouTube videos on X Step and kind of integrated that into my game plan, and that helped me get a lot better. But I was still limited. I wasn't following through properly, and my back was hurting. So I got a lesson about 2 years ago from Johnny McRae. 2 years ago now? No, just over a year ago from Johnny McRae, and it was eye-opening. He helped like my back problems went away within a week. I started following through, started doing some drills, and he's helped me be more consistent, more accurate, and that's been really, really great. Since then, I've gotten some tips and tricks from pros at the Eagles Wings conference, but for the most part, it's been kind of research and kind of like self-taught overall. But I'll be honest that there were some really significant things I was taught. So I'll say it's just best if you can get a disc golf coach, that's the best. If you can get a lesson from a pro, that's a really, really, really good idea. Because they can teach you so much, they can notice so much that you're not seeing yourself and help you take your game to the next level. Doc says, Mark, my bucket list is pay. I'm guessing that's Canada. Doc says, LOL, same thing happened to Arthur Doyle. Pay disc golf in Green Gables, what's not to love? I don't know. I don't know what's not to love. No idea. Prince Edward's Island. Okay, gotcha. Have heard of Prince Edward's Island. Destroyer is still destroying in the poll. Wow. All right, need some little bit of water here. So I would love to travel more for disc golf, but at the same time, I've already played in Florida, Georgia, and of course North Carolina this year. I'll be playing in Michigan, and I'll be playing in Mississippi, Missouri. I can't remember where Worlds is. I don't know. So that's not too bad for a year. I know somebody like Steven is like drives down from New York to Florida and plays all the way up and down. I don't quite have that, but I am hoping to kind of get a little more of that disc golf travel in. Canada's out there for distance, crossing the border and playing in another country, but it would be such a sweet experience to participate in. So hopefully that's in my like year and a half plans. That would be very cool. I don't think I can make that happen this year. Artisher says, appreciate the advice. Just started playing a month ago, so trying to learn as much as possible. Absolutely. Feel free to ask any questions. Pretty much ignore anything that Doc says until you make sure that he doesn't say JK afterwards, because he makes up all sorts of stuff. But otherwise, we're happy to kind of give our thoughts, our advice, anything that might be helpful. And yeah, we all just love disc golf, and I love working with playing rounds with newer players, being encouraging. Yeah, just keep at it. Just stay passionate about the sport. The more interest that you have in it, the more driven you'll be to get better, to kind of do some research, to watch pros throw in slow motion and try to compare it to how you throw. That's another really great thing that does help me is when I'm posting my videos, I'm watching myself throw all the time. So I'm seeing myself throwing in slow motion and freeze framing constantly because I'm editing my own shorts and videos when I'm filming myself practicing out on the course. So if you're able to look at footage of yourself throwing, you can potentially notice some things and be like, whoa, that's weird. I didn't realize I was doing that. I didn't realize how far the disc was around my body versus just back behind my body when I'm doing the reach back. So that can be a help too. Doc says, if money isn't an issue, Paul Yulee has an online course. Yes, Power Disc Golf Academy can be a very good way to do it as well. And I know that they have like you'll be 30% better if you take our course. And I'm sure that's true on average. So some people might get even more than that. Some people might be too integrated with their habits and already throw a good distance. So Power DGA might not bring a whole lot to them, but it might be that would be a great avenue for you. Maybe there would be a ton there that would really up your game. Jiki says, for that reason, it's pretty much you're the one I crossed paths with at Blair Mill. That's true. Jiki was just out at the course, and I was kind of getting warmed up. I walked around to prep for some filming, and he said, hey, you want to play around? And I said, yeah, absolutely. We'll play around together. We'll walk the course, have a good time. And now we've played 2 rounds, and I found out that Jiki's famous in Valorant, and everybody knows him, and they recognize his voice, and it's super cool. So I know a famous person. I feel so special. But yeah, it's been a good policy. I've met a lot of really great people out on the course, just because sometimes I'm busy and I'm playing around with someone who's on a time crunch, or I have an appointment afterwards or something like that. But I try to be open to just chatting with somebody and maybe giving some tips or getting a round in or something like that. And I've met some really great people. Chiki says, LOL, the ego feeding. Just a little. By the way, Jiki, dude, I hopped in one of your live streams, but I was so busy that I couldn't interact and listen to see if you responded to me. So I was about to start typing things about disc golf in your chat, and I was like, no, I wouldn't be there to hear it. So I was actually really sad because I was busy. But I'll catch you in a stream coming up, and I'll pop in and talk about disc golf a little bit. Doc says, GK, you're top 13 in chat, in my opinion. GK says, Bomer, I usually respond in a minute. It'd be funny to mention disc golf in a Valorant stream. Doc says, oops, 15. Yeah. Yeah. No, it'll happen. Don't worry about it. I'll jump in. I just couldn't make it happen yesterday. Shoot, was it yesterday or Friday night? I can't remember now. But I think it was Friday night. But I jumped in and I was watching, but I just couldn't I couldn't type and then wait and listen. So I was sad. I was sad about that. But I will. It'll happen. Man, my voice is going. I don't know if it's the pollen in the air or if it's the talking. I have the feeling that it's partially allergies. Allergies are so bad this week. I feel really weird drinking with people, like taking a drink with people watching. Super weird. I don't like that. I think I'm gonna do it off camera. I'm gonna be like, dodge off to the side and take a swig of water. Oh my gosh, my voice. All right. Ooh, Doc says, Brad, DGPT offers you a one-time commentary with co-host of your choice. Who is it? Oh man, there's so many good answers I could give to this question. Oh, that's really tough. That's really tough. It's really tough. Whew, that is a Luke Lowe question. That's fantastic. So I'm really tempted to say Calvin. But honestly, I think Sullivan Tipton would be just, we would be so, I think we would just bounce off of each other. I think we would be a perfect duo, a perfect commentary team. Sullivan Tipton and me, I think we have very similar personalities. I think we're both very affable, kind of, easygoing, kind of friendlier personality types. And I think that both of us have a pretty good sense of humor as well. And we don't mind kind of self-deprecating humor, making jokes about things. I think we would be a fantastic commentary duo. So Sullivan Tipton, locking in as my final answer. Sullivan Tipton. Oh man, it'd be great to pick Calvin though, or Dugit. Now that he's gone, I'm gonna be like, while Dugit's out, I'll like build him up as like the best, and they'll come back and I'll just be like, oh, what's up? Yours is Zach Melton. Oh, it's great that I said Calvin, because if you had picked Zach Melton and I picked Calvin, like that'd be hilarious, right? That's like picking the buddies apart for the commentary. Doc says, Brad, you're a good fill in the silence guy. I think Calvin would be a good pick too. Let him be the Nate Sexton. GK says, I'm trying to edit my members shout out outro right now. I've got enough members in the last couple of days. I can't even figure out how to present all the names on the screen. What a problem to have. Jomez does the scroll. So they have like their highest tier with the fewest numbers stays on the screen, and their lowest tier with the most numbers like starts and then scrolls up, so that you have names coming all the way through. And then the middle, if they have 3 tiers, the middle one goes at like a medium rate, and then at the end they all like match up. So I don't know if that would work for you, or if that's a terrible idea. But that is how Jomez Pro handles their memberships, as the kind of shout out at the end. Is they're still talking, they're still giving an outro to the video as they scroll through, so that as they're wrapping up, you're able to kind of see all of those names. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if people would be hurt if their name scrolls off screen quickly. Yeah, but that's a thought. Gonna get to it though. See you later. I know I have 3 tiers, but I can't get them synced because of how generous people are. Oh, that's awesome. That's a good problem to have. Yeah, man, good luck with solving that. That one's it's a fun problem to wrestle with and interact with, but I'm sure it can be a little frustrating if you're really trying to get it right. So good luck. I hope you figure that out. Thanks again for jumping in. And yeah, I'll be around on one of your streams when I'm not traveling to Michigan. Hopefully in the evening when I've got some time, I'll just hop on and chill with you for a while. But thanks for hopping in, really appreciate it. And then once I'm back, we'll hit the course. Can you send me a link if it's a channel you're talking about? Yes. I probably can't drop it in chat. Can I drop links in chat? It's a great question. Either way, I'll text it to you. But yeah. I will see here. I'm guessing that it won't really let me, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That link might work. Yeah, appreciate it, GQ. Thanks again for hopping in. Appreciate you. I'll do my best to drive safe, get myself back to Charlotte so we can play again. Steven says, of those discs, definitely the Destroyer, but I never once threw the Brave. Yeah, when we see each other again, Steven, you'll throw the Brave. Doc says, Nate's kind of the sniper with his comments, but needs Germ to be the fill in the silence. Yeah, that can be the dynamic sometimes. Doc says, I honestly don't think anyone's ever thrown a Brave. Doc says, GQ, may the wind always be to your back and be heading downhill. That's a nice little send-off blessing. It's very like, it's almost elven, Lord of the Rings elven blessing of some kind. That's funny. Destroyer is up there at 52, but Brave is number 2. Brave is number 2. Doc says I messed up the quote. Well, that's too bad. You tried. You tried. Luke says, have you ever thought about getting $100 or less Bluetooth mics on Amazon? So my only experience with Bluetooth mics was actually so tragic. It was a really funny left-hand only round that I filmed in Florida. And it was great. The comedy, the fails, the success, it was fantastic. The mics were so bad that the video is useless. The sound quality is so awful that I couldn't release the video. And it made me really sad and really distrustful of Bluetooth mics. I don't know what the problem was, if it was those specific mics, if it was the way that the plugin was plugged into my phone with my phone case. I don't know if it was the way that we had the mics on our shirts or hat or whatever. I don't know if it was sound balance. I have no idea what it was, but they performed so poorly that I immediately said, I am just going to film with me talking to my phone, and I'll just raise my voice. I'll just project at my phone and it'll pick it up better. So that's what I've done. So it has crossed my mind. I've had people recommend it. I've thought about it. I was close to buying some, and then I actually tried out those mics that my buddy had that negative experience. And since then I've been like, I'm not spending money on this. So unfortunately, I think that it is kind of a long-term thing to where at some point when it makes monetary financial sense to upgrade sound quality, at that point I would consider doing it for sure. But it is not a purchase I'm planning to make in the near future. Great question, though. Clay says, you trying to give away some of those discs behind you? You have so many. That is an excellent question, Clay. And the answer is, I already gave away discs in this stream. So all 4 of these discs were giveaway discs that people won. And so these giveaway discs, we had entry into the giveaway up until yesterday at midnight or this morning or whatever. But then I ran the giveaway. 4 random winners won these discs earlier in the stream. And I do run giveaways fairly frequently. I just did one a month ago and then back before Christmas. What was that? Around Thanksgiving-ish? So when I reach huge milestones for the YouTube channel, I have been doing giveaways. And if I run into you on a local course and you're someone who only has a couple of discs, I'll probably grab a disc from my car and say, here you go, here's one more. So I do give my discs away. A lot of them I will keep just in case I run into a course or a situation, a wind, where I just need a certain disc, I'm going to have it in the, in the, on the, what do you call this? Shelf? Couldn't think of shelf for 8 seconds. Um, so I'm definitely going to keep some collection together, but I don't need to, like, I'm not looking to double my collection or anything. I'm not hoarding them. I have some discs that I'm going to keep, some discs that I'm going to use, and some discs that I'm fine giving away. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Wind to your back and the road rise up to meet you. Honestly, the heading downhill is even more fun. Doc says, honestly, I think his audio in here is pretty good. Doc, are you talking to live streams? What do you think about the full videos that I do? I think that does make a difference when you have trains in the background and planes flying overhead and one of those annoying things called children on the playground um, making noise in the background. And then, yeah, my phone picks it all up and my voice just kind of blends into it sometimes. But it can be improved, absolutely. But I do think that I do a solid job of audio balance based on what I'm working with. Steven said, just going from work, watching this from the very beginning, hope all is well. So that's funny. He'll find I shouted him out like 40 minutes ago about driving to and from New York to Florida. He'll get there in about 2 hours. Brad, when you get microphones, ask the other pros. They have some really good ones. Yeah, some of them really do. What's up, Thomas? Thanks for hopping in and joining us. Just talking discs and soup, Doc says. Of course, always the soup. Clay says, oh, dang. Okay, definitely subbing. Great channel. Thank you. You said local what state? So I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. So Charlotte has great disc golf. I mean, it's the number 2 disc golf destination in the United States. And I'm lucky to live here and have dozens of really good courses of varying skill difficulties within an hour. So it's really, really great. But yeah, so I'm out on the course all the time. I actually was on the course today. I was at Eastway, and we let a few people play through on hole 17. And one of the guys that played through says, hey, I was just watching one of your videos earlier today. And I was like, that's really awesome. I didn't catch his name, but it was really cool to kind of just run into him. And then he threw a bomb off the tee, and I was like, oh, you're better than me. But it was really cool. Yeah, and I had somebody recognize me. Shout out to Eddie, who ran into me at Scrapyard. He's from Michigan and was traveling in Charlotte to play a bunch of Charlotte courses. Ran into me at Scrapyard in the parking lot, said, no way, recognized me right away. It was really touching. It was really nice. Had a great little conversation. I played my round, was getting some putting in afterward, and he finished up his round, came through, chatted for a bit, took a few throws off the tee pad and talked about form for a few minutes, and then headed out. So it was really cool. It was really cool to kind of like run into him. So shout out Eddie. Maybe I'll see you again in Michigan sometime. Can't complain. Gotta spend time with family today. So do we count as family? That's really nice. Channels. Channels says, can you say happy birthday to your friend? I didn't know your friend's birthday was the same as my buddy Joe. Joe Mama and your friend have the same birthday. What do you know? All right. Doc, full videos. Oh, I just click like and don't really watch them. Sorry. Ugh, right to the heart. Oh, well, at least you like them. Tom says, you make discs or like finding those? So that's a good question. So I don't make discs. Waiting on my new backpack and 4 discs arrive Thursday. Heck yeah, dude. So I don't make discs, and when I play in a tournament as an amateur, I would get a player's pack, which usually has 1 or maybe even 2 discs in them. Some tournaments that I won, I got discs as prizes. One of them I won 5 discs. Some people have donated mystery boxes to me to open on the channel, which has been really fun. So I've accumulated these discs from a variety of different reasons. Some of them I've just bought because I wanted them. Some of them I found. Actually, this one here, this Captain, I found it at the Olympus course in Florida, and it was just absolutely buried in the mud. It looked disgusting, and I cleaned it off, and I was like, oh, it's actually a pretty good disc, pretty good plastic. But the main thing is, if it has somebody's name and number on it, I try to return it to them, even if it's just turn into the lost and found and hope it makes its way back to them. But yeah, if there's no name and number, if it's impossible to find out whose disc it is, yeah, I'll often keep those or try to give it away to someone. Tom says, you play doubles. Are you B ranked? I'm not sure about B ranked, but I do play disc golf doubles sometimes. Doc says varies cost from 5 to 25, 30. Some collectibles upwards of hundreds for discs. That's true. They can get very expensive. Dude's back. Hey, what's up, Dude? Dude, you're literally like 30 minutes on the minute. No, you're like early. You're like 28 minutes, but that was really close. Riley says, hey, I'm watching you now. Thanks for the shout out for that lucky bomb. That lucky bomb. Dude, that was awesome. So that was you at Eastway today? I don't know about lucky. I mean, you might have missed a tree, but it was a rip. It was a rip. Clay says, all right, that's far away, but cool. I gotta go. Have a great stream. You're great. Oh, thanks, Clay. Appreciate it. Thanks for hopping in for a few minutes. Doc says that I've been loving on Dujit a little bit. Holden says, just played in the College Disc Golf National Championship at Winthrop. Heck yeah, dude. I just joined one of the disc golf teams from Illinois at Eager Beaver. We played around on Friday. But yeah, how did you play, Holden? How did you compete? Did you play what is it? D4, D3, D2? I'm not sure which divisions played. Dude just says, so I've heard. Family is sis and niece, nephew, also mom. Oh man, I thought we were family. Joe Mama jokes, sweet. I could have deleted that. It was up for review. Oh, here we go. Israel Wallace, favorite Prodigy disc. Ooh, let's see. I like the M4. I like the F2, not the factory second, but an actual F2. I like the X4. I like the Shadowfax. Man, what do I love for Prodigy? They're all good, but what do I love? Favorite Prodigy. Guys, what's my favorite Prodigy disc? I know my favorite Prodigy disc is my FX3 that Bryant gave me. That's my favorite Prodigy disc, by Bryant Voss stamped FX3. Yeah, actually, it throws pretty well too. I've only thrown it a few times, but it's in the bag and I'm loving it. Thomas says, Doc, it's a remix backpack and remix disc juggernaut. Battleship Haymaker. Can't remember the last disc. Goodness. Riley says, yes, that was him at Beastway. Yeah, dude, that was really cool running into you. That was really awesome. Thanks for hopping on the stream. You guys, you both had some sweet throws. The forehand that we watched, I was like I threw bad forehands today, and we just watched that smooth forehand to fairway, and we're like, well, jealous for that. That was really nice. But yeah, it was really cool running into you. Yeah, we played around where we had a mixed. Well, basically, we had a lot of different types of throws. Including forehands, forehand rollers, forehand putters, etc. And some of them turned out very poorly. Holden says, we played D2 and placed middle of the pack, but shot even par at Lakefront, 12 down Winthrop Meadows. Ooh, that's nice, dude. That's really nice. Yeah, that's solid. I heard just a little bit about the collegiate competitions, but yeah, I wish that I had been involved in disc golf enough in college to potentially be involved in college doubles. Would have been really, really fun. But I loved ultimate frisbee and hated disc golf. And now look at me. I never had an ultimate frisbee collection, but now I have this. What's the most overrated disc? Doc says Buzz. Dude just says AVR or the Berry. Berry, interesting. I've not heard the Berry being overrated, but fair enough. You almost gotta say Buzz just because like the Buzz is so popular, but at the same time, it's a good disc. So it can't be too overrated if it's not a bad disc, but you can overrate a good thing if it's not like mythical status. I'm trying to think of a good example from movies. Well, there's a lot of songs where they're just overrated because they're a good song, but everyone loves it too much. And it's like, okay, it's overrated. Seth says, hi, just got here. Good to see you, Seth. Thanks for jumping in, hopping on with us. Doc says, just picked up a new AVR, dude. It has that next stamp. I haven't seen that. Martin says, LOL, just got a buzz. Hey, I mean, one of my favorite discs is my Legend of Zelda stamped Link with the Hylian Shield with a Master Sword Buzz. So, although I'm not throwing it, but still, it's a Buzz. I like the Buzz. Luke's first. I was just about to give the shout out. Luke says, Buzz is still in my bag, aced twice with it so far, including his first ace, which was in front of me, right in my face. It's awesome. Yeah, Mars like, just got a Buzz. Doc says, no hate, just overrated. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that it is a great disc, but it's also overrated. I don't know. I think the Destroyer is kind of a little bit overrated, personally. Of course, it's like half of you voted for it in the poll, so what am I saying? You're all going to disagree with me. Dude. Doc and Duja, I saw those comments. Seth says, can you please pin the next thing I'm about to say? I cannot promise that. I do not promise anything like that. Seth says, at Seth. Tagged yourself? I don't understand what's going on. I do not promise to pin comments, sorry. Sam says, what is your rating? My rating is currently 964. I was rated 968, and then I got worse at disc golf. Now, I just had a couple of off months here. Jumped into Charlotte disc golf in the winter. Not all my best disc golf. But yeah, dropped down to 964, solid. And I don't know. I think I could be 970 in 2 months. So right in that 960 to 970 range is where I've been for about 5 months, 6 months. Not the noodle arm saying it's overrated. Oh, the stamp that looks like that. Oh gosh. Love it when it's rolling. Yeah, there's certain stamps that look really cool when they're rolling. I don't know about that specific one. Luke says, just got the new 2025 Glow Destroyer. Yeah, there I go. Talking about the Destroyer. And then people are like, I just got a Destroyer. Buzz is too overstable for Doc. Israel says, what do you think about 984 player playing MA3? So I think it depends on the circumstances. I don't think just by rating an MA3 player needs to move up at 894. Did I say 984? Sorry. Let me restart. So if you're 894 rated and you're playing MA3, I think it depends on the circumstances. Just by your rating, it's not sandbagging to stay in MA3 because you're rated in MA3. If you have won a bunch of MA3 tournaments and you're about to jump in your rating from 890 something to 915, you should probably just start playing MA2. Just go for it. You're about to be rated MA2, like jump into it. If you've been rated MA3 for a year, 2 years, and you're slowly creeping your way up, wait till you rate out of it. There's no rush to be like, I'm done with MA3. When I was moving, when I started playing disc golf, I was bad for 6 months, and then I kind of like started to figure it out. I bought a sole. I learned how to putt, and suddenly I was like, oh, I'm not terrible anymore. And almost immediately I won an MA4, and I said, okay, that's an MA4 win. I'm done with MA4. Then I jumped into MA3, won an MA3, and I said, okay, that's good, but I'm not ready for MA2. Played MA3 for a few months, played an A tier, which I happened to win the Chain Hawk Open, and immediately I was like, okay, I won an MA3 A tier. I'm done with MA3, no matter my rating. And I think 2 months later, I was rated 907 or something like that. So when you're playing above your rating and moving up, I think it's appropriate to say, it's time. I've won a big tournament. I'm about to be rated MA2. It's time. I'm going to move up. If you're slowly creeping up, I don't think you should rush it. But if you're a month or two from being 20 points higher, like you're playing well above your rating consistently, you should probably move up. I think I was rated still in the 920s, and I won my MA2 tournament, and I said, all right, I'm done with MA2. I'm all in on MA1. And since then, I never played MA2 again, and I got an MA1 win kind of quickly because I was moving up. So I think it kind of depends based on how fast you're moving. Long answer for a short question. I don't think just based on rating that it's sandbagging. GK says, hopping back in to say thanks for the recommendation as a channel example. Took some tinkering, but I got a pretty good idea of what to do for members now. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. And I'm happy for you that you're getting so many members. That's sweet. Doc says, just before the fuse to the buzz. Yeah, I mean, fuse is sweet. Dude just says, fuse is my water disc, as in I only throw it in the water. Steven says, I'll be happy to throw your Brave. FYI, the Glory is a fun Lat 64 disc too. I'll let you throw my Mindbender. Yes, Mindbender would be nice. Gabriel says, have a question. Gabriel, go ahead and ask. If it's an appropriate question, go ahead and ask your question. If it's not appropriate, it will be deleted and you will find out that it was not appropriate. But otherwise, feel free to ask. Poor Doc. Luke says, that's me right now, going to be 890 rated once it updates, but I'm staying in top 5 in MA3. And Luke, how many months have you been in MA3? It hasn't been like 2 or 3 months, right? It's been like 6 months? 7? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just thinking out loud, trying to remember. Dude just says, I feel like if it's your flippy disc, it'll be my roller, Doc. Dang. Poor Doc. I make fun of Doc like 2 or 3 times a stream, and Dude's taking him on like comment after comment. That's great. Doc says, bad thing I got a Buzz OS, and I like it better than the Buzz. Not helping your case. Israel says, okay, thank you for the answer. Yeah, sure. Is that, Israel, is that for yourself, or is that about somebody else? That's a question. Doc says, wasn't making a case, just giving an opinion. If we all played alike, wouldn't be much fun. Yeah, that's true. That's true. GK says, my Mamba knows the water well. I got rare footage of the last voyage of a Mamba sailing across Scrapyard Hole 9 from the longs, and it was a beautiful flight. It was going to be way past the basket, and then it hits a tree, bounces back into the water 25 feet offshore, which, if you know Scrapyard, that's not retrievable. Poor thing. GK, it was a great throw. Truly, it was a great throw. It hurt my feelings to watch that disc bounce back in the water, and I'm so sorry. But I got on film, and I'm really happy that I did. Is that horrible? Oh, man. Doc says, why righties whining about water, try throwing lefty. My older brother has no problem at Scrapyard throwing lefty over the water, and he has an ace on that hole 9. On camera. Through a comment. Before he switched to All Prodigy. Doc says, but do you ever tire of the buzz? A warship is fun, and the air plastic are sick. Luke said, yeah, we should be close to 7. So, like, in my opinion, 7 months in MA3 is you slowly working through it until you're working out of it. My experience in MA3 was 3 months. Just 3 months. So I think if I had spent a 4th month in MA3, I wasn't supposed to be there anymore. It was time for me to move on. I would have been playing MA2 golf in the MA3 field. Like when I won my MA3 A tier, I won on the last hole with a 2-stroke swing by 1 shot. So I didn't win by 5. I didn't win by 10. But still, like if I had been like staying in MA3, I feel like it would have been a little bit unfair to the field when I'm about to not be in MA3 anymore. But I think that for someone like Luke, who's been in MA3 for 7 months, you're going to play some 900 plus rated rounds occasionally, but that doesn't mean that you should be in MA2. It just means that you're going to work your way up there soon. Dude just says, sorry, Doc, I don't get how lefties exist. It's a defect. Luke has only been a PGA member for a year now. Hey, GK, $2. Set up members, SMH. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. GK's such a legend. Man. A man who is striving, who is pouring in the perspiration, the sweat, the effort to succeed on his own YouTube channel, donating to mine. I mean, what greater love is there than a man who is so kind to a friend, to a brother? Makes me happy. Thanks, man. Dude just says, not set up teams. Carter says, donated 500, and yet GK is the only one here with the colored super chat. But welcome to the stream, Carter. Appreciate you being here. GK says, genuinely one of his favorite throws ever over that water. It was such a good throw. Such a good throw. Trauma at the workforce. Oh, it had to be, yeah, so for reference, the basket was about 280, maybe 290 away, and right after the basket, it goes downhill. GK was going 50 to 70 feet past the basket. So was it a 340 to 360 foot shot? Absolutely. Was it 250 feet from the tee pad when it came to rest? Yeah. Yeah, it was. Just glad I got to send it to friends and laugh. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to go, man. Gotta enjoy it. Water always on the right-hand side, just cruel. That's not true. I played plenty of holes where the water's on the left-hand side. Israel's just started playing tournaments and playing one this weekend against my highest rated opponent yet. Wanted to know if they were sandbagging. Any tips for tournament nerves? Yeah, I would say, I mean, look at their PDGA profile. If they have like a couple DNFs and they're barely ranked MA3 because they're sabotaging their rating, then that's crappy. If they've been, in MA3 for a year, then they've just been like stuck there forever. I had a friend who slowly worked his way up to 900 rated, jumped up into MA2, just got destroyed, and immediately dropped right back down into MA3. And it's kind of tough for him because he's like in limbo because he plays well in MA3 and bad in MA2 when he moves to the long pads. It's the nature of the beast. Like, you got to overcome that or, just deal with that like back and forth. But I think it was fair for him to like be moved back down and then compete in MA3 again and succeed and move back up. I think that's fine. And Judah says you should do that for real. Just type soup as your comment. $500. 2 for team Brad, 5 a month for team Brent. 10 for team Jiki. 10 and I'll double it. -2 for Team Dugit, and Brad pays us $2 a month for that one. Oh man, that's good. That's good. Like guys in baseball, like that. Great in the minor leagues, not so much in the majors. All right, Luke says bye, y'all. Gotta get off for today. Luke, thanks for modding. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you, man. And you get your rematch soon. I'll see you out on the course in Michigan soon. Doc says we gotta get off soon. 5 a.m. comes early. Yep, that's totally fair. I'll go 20 more minutes. I'm headed to Michigan in the morning, so I do want to get up nice and early. I get a little, well, I have to finish packing. I'm like partially packed, but not fully packed. So I got to get everything. I've got my discs in the car, so don't worry. I've got the essentials. But I do need some stuff like toothbrush, toothpaste, contacts so I can see all that stuff. Sam says, where are you going in Michigan? So I grew up in Jackson, Michigan. So I have some family and friends between Jackson, Grand Rapids. So I'll kind of be bouncing around a little bit in the state, but mostly Lower Peninsula. And then I'm hoping to play some disc golf around the Lansing area and maybe Albion. I'm not sure. But I'll get in some casual rounds in Jackson, Ellisharp Park, Jackson College. Some great courses that I'll play. Brian says, furthest throw. Furthest throw for me, a wildly understable D2 air downhill on accident. I was actually trying to throw across the hill to the basket, flipped over downhill into the parking lot, almost hit my own car, caught this all on camera, ended up at least 500 feet away from where I threw it. Totally unintentional. This was the culprit. And I think you can still see bits of parking lot missing that caused the missing bits from the D2 air. 156 grams, by the way. Otherwise, my furthest throw tends to be about 400 feet. That's like my flat ground throw. Justin's also getting off. Justin, thanks for being here. Thanks for modding. And I'll see you out on the course soon too. Good night. Getting a little tired. Giki says, if someone donos $10 for Team Giki, I'll double it right now. Ooh. Bart says, are you a pro? So I have competed in the MPO, the professional division, but I don't compete on the pro tour. So as far as like the professional tour level of play, I'm below that, absolutely. But I do play in the same division that the pros play, but on the lower competitive side of that. Because the pros play on the tour at the highest level of the professional division, but in the off season they'll play in a bunch of different MPO tournaments, and I'll play in some of those. So I've played in tournaments with pro tour players. I've played on a card with Paul Ulibarri, which was really cool. I got to chat a little bit with him, compete with him in Charlotte, and I've played in tournaments with Ty Love, Luke Taylor. Sullivan Tipton, although it was a charity thing. He was injured. Garrett Gerthy. So I've gotten to compete at and with some of the players at the professional level, but I'm not a touring professional. So I hope that makes sense. Dude just says, don't got that money right now, Giki, but I would. Ugh, so close. Doc says, now I do 12 hours, so I'm off 3 or 4 days a week, depending. It's great. Yeah, 12 is a lot, man. 12 is a lot. Doc says, would rather hit my own car than someone else's. Giki, gotta get a little bounty for the stream. I appreciate it, man. You're the best. You're the best. Bounty is a nice disc. Bounty is a nice disc. Brian says, favorite disc. I would say, I literally just put it back. I would say that the Brave has got to be currently my favorite disc. It just flies so nice. It's a controllable fairway driver, 7.6 -1.2. So it has a great speed control, but it can go really far because it has a lot of glide. And I just find that if I'm going to grab a driver in the Charlotte Woods, it's probably going to be my Brave, not a 12 speed. I do love the Echo. I do love the Soul. And if I have a 12 speed in the hand, it's going to be an Enigma. But yeah, the Brave right now, it's number one. It's the best. Good question. JK said, I had someone new who was practicing smack a Tesla while there was someone in it. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Throw that Brave next time, lol. Yeah, man. Don't hit a Tesla with a disc. Don't hit a Tesla with a disc. Don't do it. Don't do it. Thomas says, I'm ready for my day off Friday so I can throw my new disc. Heck yeah, man. Hope that's a fantastic day. Brian says, is the Saint disc good for beginners? I would say, yeah. Yeah, Saint is really good. It's very similar to the Brave. I think the Saint is a 7. Wait, what am I thinking? No, I'm thinking the River. Hold on. Saint is, no, I'm thinking Saint. What am I thinking? -7, -1.2. So it's like a faster Brave. So I wouldn't say that it's a bad disc for new players or anything like that, but I would personally, I would elevate the Brave for being a little bit slower speed for better control than the Saint. But I do love like a Saint, a Valkyrie, kind of like a somewhat flippy 9 speed that can really handle a good amount of power, but you don't need a ton of power to have a good throw with it. So I think the good thing about a Saint is you're staying away from the 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 speeds. And I think that's a good thing for newer players. I would say if you're really new, you probably don't need a driver. You probably just need mids and putters. But if you're 6 months in and you're wanting to throw a driver, a Saint is a good choice. I hope that's where that was. Joy says, hi, I have a broken arm, but if you read this, it means the world to me. Man, that really sucks. I've had wrist injuries, not even broken or sprained. I mean, I've had a sprained wrist, but like as a disc golfer, 6 weeks of just not playing, like not playing right-handed. That sucks. I've never broken a bone, but I imagine that it really, really sucks. So I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you heal quickly. Dude just said, ooh, I've got a day off on Friday too, Tom. Heck yeah. You guys can both play. Doc says, yeah, Thomas, Saturday, Sunday park is usually full. Being off through the week, some much easier to play. That used to be true as well in my experience, but in Charlotte, it's like, it doesn't matter when you go, course is packed, which is great, but it's annoying to film. It's annoying to film. Sam says, what brand is your favorite? Ooh, good question. Top brands at the moment, Latitude 64. I love the Royal Grand plastic. Streamline, I love the Cosmic Neutron plastic. Discmania, I like a lot of Discmania discs. S-Line blend is really, really nice. Yeah, so there you go. Latitude, Discmania, and Streamline. MVP is great. Tom says, what are your thoughts on the Escape? I haven't thrown it. Where? I think I'm giving it away. No, I'm keeping it. Escape, a 9.5 -1.2. So very similar to the Saint we just talked about, but less glide. So I think it's good. I think it's a good controllable driver, but I would recommend the Brave first. To-do. And you've thrown the Escape and done pretty well with it. Heck yeah. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. Definitely. I threw a 14 speed without knowing it was a 14 speed. It was Destiny. It was flippy, and it flew great for me. If I had gone to pick a 14 speed up, I probably would have just been like, no, I don't need this. But when I just threw it and liked it, I bagged it, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, it's a 14 speed. So sometimes a disc just works for you, and you don't really need to always worry about, is it too fast? Is it too stable? If it flies well for you and it does something that you need for your bag it, throw it, and do well with it. But sometimes it's wise to be like, I'm going to buy a new disc. I don't need a 14 speed. I'm going to get a 7 speed, a 9 speed, something like that. Dude just says, kind of want to get that Scorch with the separate plastic flames in the rim, like the Buzzsaw. They're like $30 to $40. Jim says I bagged that Saint, same color disc and stamp. That's awesome. Did you get it from Tyler Searle from his like tournaments, the Soar disc golf? That would be like be really cool because Tyler's a friend of mine. I mean, I wouldn't call us buddies, but like he's a good acquaintance of mine. He's a really honest guy, runs awesome tournaments, and I've gotten quite a few of my discs from him. All of my Braves. Dude says might get it as an Easter gift. Yeah, discs as an Easter gift. That's the way it's done. Doc says hopefully like Buzzsaw they will make enough the price goes down. Hopefully. Sam says Escape is great. Dude just says Discmania is too beefy. I will say a downside of Discmania is they don't tend to have the flippier stuff. Same with Prodigy. They tend to make beefier stuff for higher powered player arms for higher skilled players. I think there are still options, but there's a reason that I don't have a Discmania bag. I just have some Discmania discs that I really like in the bag. So if you're looking for like all in on a manufacturer, I'm not recommending Discmania. But when I'm talking about a manufacturer that I do like and a plastic I like, they do come to mind. So that's a good point that they do tend to be on the beefier side of things. And that's why I have like an Enigma and an FD1 in the bag. But when I go flippy, I go Soul. I go Beat in Dynasty or X4. Doc says, ooh, maybe if Patreon goes well, next Easter Brad can give away a disc golf Easter basket. Not a disc golf basket. Gareth says, hey, sorry I'm late, but doing an egg project. An egg project? Is it like the drop the egg project where you have to put like straws or toothpicks around it and protect it and let it bounce? What kind of egg project is it? Dude says, was Brad thinking about doing a Patreon instead of YouTube membership? I didn't say that. It has been brought up multiple times. Doc says, Excel is a nice veggie option if Discmania is too beefy. Garrett says, no love for the Leopard is heartbreaking. That is definitely my workhorse disc. And we talked about it a little bit too, Garrett. We kind of said, Doc brought it up, I think, that maybe there's some hate for it because it's in the players packs and people are like, oh, it's a crap, disc. But while DX can have its place, the Leopard comes in good plastic too. So like I have the, even though it's an F2, actually this might be a Leopard 3. But anyways, I have a Leopard in good plastic. So it doesn't just, come in DX, but some people might have a little bit of like, oh, I don't like the Leopard. It's a dumb little DX starter pack disc. When it's not only that, even though it can be a good thing. But yeah, I did get a little surprised it's only down to 11%. Valkyrie did catch up too, but Destroyer is still dominating with over 50% of the votes. Wow. Wow. Patreon membership, same thing. Obviously, they're different in practice, but they're the same idea, the same basic idea. Valkyrie and DX plastic, it's so easy to hyzer flip. Yeah, lightweight ones. Yeah, DX is flippier. Lightweight is flippier. Tom says, is there benefit to throwing lighter discs? Lightweight throws further more easily, but the downside is they are less controllable. So if it's windy, a lightweight disc is blown around in the wind like crazy. If you throw it with just too much power, it might turn and never stop turning instead of getting a nice turn and fade. So lightweight discs have advantage for throwing with power and distance, but a disadvantage of control. They don't handle wind as well. They can be a little easier to deform or break because they're sometimes, if they're like blizzard plastic, then they don't have the same quality level in the rim. MVP does a better job with the fission plastic because the rim is the same and all of the lightweight is in the center of the disc, which is pretty cool. But yeah, DX, Flippy, I mean, there are benefits to it. It just depends on what you've got with it. Juju says, anybody try the Ganon's Glacier? Surprise, I have it. Glacier. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Glacier. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's a little bit overstable, but not like crazy overstable. And I'll be honest, I thought that it was going to be just like an unusable disc. But if you can, which I struggle to, if you can throw with Anheuser, it actually flies really well. So it's a good disc. I've got the taco in the bag, and I'm just so partial to the taco. But the Glacier is great. Eric, live in Cincinnati, played in the past, but only with drivers. I've only learned to throw sidearm, whatever you call it. Would you teach me how to play? Absolutely. So I only have a couple of like instructional videos on my channel, but I do have a like the basics how to play the sport of disc golf, and then I have the putting tips video. But yeah, I'm working on creating more instructional content. I have not felt qualified to try to teach the right way to do things, but I am comfortable talking about the rules of disc golf etiquette, and then what I've found to be helpful for me. And if you want like a direct, I look at footage of you throwing, you can always message me on Instagram, send me a DM, and then send a video of you throwing a disc a couple of times, a couple of different angles, and I can try to look at it and see if I spot anything, give you some advice. But I'm not coming in as a professional, not as a coach, but rather as a player with some experience who's willing to give some advice. I specialize in backhand, though. So the sidearm, the forehand, I hope that you're already good at it, because I'm not going to help you get any better, or at least not much better. Drop the egg. If the price eggs are, it must be a private school. That's a good point. Now you have a lot more incentive. You have to like buy your own egg replacements. You have way more incentive to do well on the project. Like protect the egg at all costs. Skywalker 2 is a staple in my bag. Traded my Skywalker 1 with Casey White himself at SFO. Ooh. The egg car project where it crashed to a cinder block, and so far it's good. Okay. Garrett says, yeah, I have a Champ Leopard 3 in normal weight. Been my favorite since I got it. Leopard 3 was in my bag for a while. Champ Leopard 3. But it was brown and see-through, and I kept losing it, so. You should make the driving wheel a mini disc. A mini disc. Doc said, Rolos in the wind are just stupid fun. Yeah, fun. Garrett says, a mini would be so funny. We're using Legos for wheels. Legos must be tough. Doc says, best mini Pringles can lid. Fight me. It's too lightweight. It'll blow away in the wind. Garrett says, any recommendations for 7-speed glow that will fly like a Leopard 3? I find a lot of glow is very beefy. Often, glow discs are more overstable. 7-speed glow? I don't know. Best mini comes from Brad's membership. That might exist in the future. Joseph, have you tried the new Ricky Basaki prototype putter? Just ordered a second one because I love it so much. I have not tried it. I have heard that people are loving it. Yeah, I'm very, very interested. I would love to test one out if I got my hands on it, but I don't have one. But I'm interested. So what does it do for you? Why is it good enough that you want another one? I'm interested. I've heard good things. Eric says, humble response at Birdietime about knowledge of the game. Yeah, I just really want to hesitate to say, I know the right way to do something, because I know I'm so far from the best of the best who are doing things often the right way, even though within the Pro Tour, there's a lot of variation about how you throw. And I've seen people do, here's the right way to do things videos, and some of them I disagree with. And I find that I do things differently and it works much, much better for me. So I just don't like that one size fits all, here's the right way. There are certain standards that are true, but I think that there are pro players who have made those videos and who have that form to reference, and that's better than what I could do. So I want to lean a little bit more towards rule following and understanding the game, strategy, and things that work for me, mindset, stuff like that. And if I say, hey, this worked for me, and someone says it didn't work for me, I can say, I'm sorry, I didn't say it would. Like, it's just what works for me. A moonshine seer. Uh, that's a great shout out. I have thrown a seer, very flippy. Not insanely flippy, but very flippy. So a glow seer, if it's a little more stable, could fly like really, really great. So good one, Doc. I like that. Johnny says, any used discs for sale? Uh, I've never thought about selling used discs and sending them to people. Make me an offer. I basically, if it's bad enough that I really don't want it, I'll give it away. And there are only a few like high quality discs that I'll give to people, and they're not people that I would sell them to. So I don't know that I have that many discs that I want to sell. If I do, I'll probably take them to Chain Reactions, Nolan, and trade them in for merch credit, use my merch credit, and get some sweet discs for giveaways. Seven speed more understable than leopard. Then the glow overstable plastic will even it out. That's true. Brandon says I have a rhythm with a glow rim that glows bright. 7.5 -1.2. I do. Rhythm is interesting. Oh, I think I have it over there. But rhythm. Okay, I had a glow rhythm that was just overstable. Like it was just like weird, like more stable than my FD1. Just I didn't understand it. Maybe it was just mine. Skywalker 2 color glow is manageable 7 speed. Slight Anheuser release. Brandon says never thrown a leopard, so don't know what the numbers are. I think leopard is 7.5 -2 -1. Why is it not the first response? (6.5 -2.1). Okay, I was very close. 6.5 -2.1. I thought the leopard was 7 speed. Rhythm and relay are great. Oh, I love the relay. I don't know why my rhythm was so like flew so overstable. Relay, fantastic disc. A nice little controllable fairway with a little bit of drift to it. Yeah, I think I gave mine away. Garrett says, okay, I've seen some pretty cheap Discmania rock stars in glow plastic. I'm not sure how beefy they'll be. Let me see. I've never thrown or heard of a rock star. A -2.1? I mean, I would almost probably take a chance on it. I don't think that'll be too flippy. I think a -2.1, I mean, or sorry, I said flippy. I don't think it'll be too beefy. A -2.1, even if Discmania leans a little bit more overstable, I think that it'll probably fly nicely. Yeah, I don't know. Jerry Oliver, have you thrown a function yet? I have not thrown a function. I've not thrown a function. I'm sorry. Unrelated to Glow Leopard, you should try a proxy. There's Dujit getting the proxy in. Dujit, if I ever get you an Emperor, you need to give me a proxy. So let's see the function. Oh my. 8, 8, 6, -4, 1. Oh my gosh. I have not thrown a function. I will say I will not seek out a function to bag it. But I like that it exists. I think it's a great disc. And this is exactly it. I think you're exactly onto it. Jerry says, I'm beginning to fall in love with the function. It's very technical, but the fact that I barely have the power on it for 300-foot shots makes me love it. I barely have to power on it for 300-foot shots makes me love it. Which is exactly right. Like, if you're throwing it 300 feet, it's a great disc. If you're throwing it 380 feet, it's a roller or it's terrible. So that was my experience with the Streamline Shift. Streamline Shift, I think, is also a -4. No, it's a -3, I think. So my experience with the Shift was essentially the same. I did my disc review of the Shift, and part of my problem with the Shift was I kind of fully powered every single throw. So it's a 9.5 -3.1. But when I did that, I found that there was no control. So actually getting a controlled shot out of it, I had to power down, which is fine. It's fine. But sometimes that's a little tricky to manage. So a disc that flippy is a very technical disc to throw consistently. Versus Raptor, where if you power down, it's doing the exact same thing, but sooner and not as far away from you. So yes, I love flippy discs, but like the Shift, I think the function would also kind of be like tough if you throw distance shots with it. If you're throwing careful technical shots, it could be great. But if you're a little bit off, it could be kind of a disaster. Brandon says, mine's a black plate with just a rim that glows teal, but it's bright. Get a nice flip. More understable for sure. The rhythm, yeah. Relay is like a baby rhythm, so if you find it in glow, it might be the answer. Definitely easier distance for lower powered throwers. Parentheses, Doc. They're usually going all in. That's so good. Eric, bags of proxy. Hey, dude, there you go. Bags of proxy. Zach says, I broke a finger, thumb, nose, and arm. What should I do? Go to the ER. Dude says, I'll sign you up my used proxy as a trade. Yes. Not as understable as you'd think. I remember looking up the proxy, but now I'm not remembering. They brought back the Clash also. Oh, I want the amp. Yeah, amp. Brandon says the Streamline Ascend is a 6.5 -3.5. It's easy just to throw with a little hyzer. It flips up and just goes easy 300 with a little effort. Yeah. I bet it would. 3.3 -1.5. Yeah, I wouldn't call that, like, I wouldn't expect that to be too flippy. Yeah. For the proxy. I like it. I like a little understability. I like a little drift, but not like a paradox. Flip over. Thomas says, the one distance driver I have is a Discraft Heat. Haven't gotten a good throw out of that one yet. Heat is great. Heat is, where is my PA5? Do I still have that? That's weird. I must have given my PA5 away. I wouldn't do that. Anyway, got super distracted there. I'm reading ahead in the comments. Heat is a great disc. It's a good like first driver, I would say. So I have a Heat. I think this one's slightly more stable. It's a USW DGC, but I need to get some more throws out of this personally. Like most of my discs, I haven't thrown them enough yet, but it's good. Oh, the function isn't as understable. Okay, not the proxy. Pretty straight for the proxy. Little turn with more power, which I like. I like that. Little turn with more power. I like that a lot. But the function isn't as understable. It sounds flippin' understable. Flippy. Ever try a PA5? I was just thinking about that. I have a rabbit stamped PA5. Maybe I gave that to my brother. I must have. I like the PA5, but I like the Keystone more. My Keystone is beat up and it just flies right from me. To the right and correctly. PA5 is a good disc. And my brother throws them really, really well. Athena is one of the best discs ever made. J-Dub Disc Golf coming in. Yeah, Athena is a good disc. Athena is a great disc. Absolutely. Function is more like a -3.1. Still, like, that's like the Streamline Shift. Flippy. It's not a bad thing, but it's flippy. I mean, obviously, if you don't absolutely crank on it, then It doesn't absolutely just flip into infinity, but it's flipping. All right, now you all have to watch me drink some water. I'm sorry for that. No, it says Luna is. Luna is one of the best discs ever, probably. Luna's great. I mean, if I can have success with the Luna and AB can have success with the Luna, it's a good disc. AB cannot have success with a Soul. So Soul is a great disc, but it doesn't measure up on the tour. J-Dub says, I agree, Luna is the best putter for sure. Dude says, not true. Dude says, got to replace my Anax. Fifth throw, roll into the water when I toss it back to my bag. Ooh, that's brutal. That is brutal. Trying to think what disc that happened similarly to me. Kind of the Pixel, like the Eclipse Pixel made the bag. I loved it. I aced with it within like a week of putting it in the bag. First shot ace was at Blair Mill, but still. And then all of a sudden I couldn't throw it. And after like another tournament of me throwing it bad, I was like, okay, out of the bag. And I put the Warden in, and it's been great so far. So far. Eric says, Chantel Bud Badinsky's signature series D2 Air will bomb. 160 to 156 gram. Yeah. My D2 Air, it's not Chantel signature series. I don't think it's any. Yeah, it's just straight up D2 Air. But yeah, it bombs because it's so crazy flippy. I got it for the overstability, and it is not overstable one bit. But it goes far. It goes absolutely far. Brent is back, and he says, now you have a poll? I should have put Shrike in there just for Brent. Yes, now we have a poll. And it was Dujit's idea. That's true. It was Dujit's idea. J-Dub says, what's y'all recommendation of a straight 10 speed for someone that throws 350 to 400? So 350 to 400, it's right here. Straight 10 speed, I'm in the trail. Trail is fantastic. 10.5, negative 1.1. It's not perfectly straight. It depends on your trail. Mine, I think, is a little more stable. Some people get a little more drift out of it. I also throw with a touch of hyzer. 10 speeds are tough because once you get over like a 9 speed, you kind of stop getting dead straight flights and you start getting more drift and more fade. Even if it's drift then fade or all drift or just fade, like you struggle to get the dead straight shot. I think trail is one of the better ones. For what it's worth. Trail or Beast? Beast depending on the plastic. I have had a DX Beast. Did not go straight. Beat up Anax. Eric, the weight on my D2 is 156 grams. Dude just says you also missed that Brad might start a team. Brent missed a lot. Yeah, Brent missed everything. Seth says, I just got here. What's the stream about? It's about plates. He says after returning to the stream. And soup. There it is. J-Dub says, through my buddy's trail the other day. It was sweet. That's what I was thinking. Brent says, a team, a soup team, or what? Seth says, planes. Plates. Everyone thinks that these are plates. Yeah, plates. Yep. J-Dub says, no Innova in my bag. Beast not making the cut. Brent says, crazy that Brad was with me for 4 hours and didn't tell me. He finally admits it in their plates. Yeah, Yeah, well, maybe it's because you took so long that I didn't have time to tell you. No, that doesn't make sense. I tried. PD. Eric says, "What's your favorite course to play?" So at the moment, one of my favorite courses is Scrapyard in Charlotte. She's so good. But honestly, my experience playing the first half of Renaissance Gold in the fall was like, this course is amazing. But I don't play there a lot. I haven't even played all 18. So I can't really say that like it's my favorite course to play. I'm not there all the time. Honestly, I love Jonesville in Gainesville, Florida. I miss it. But otherwise, I respect Nevin. I like Eastway. I like Kilbourne. I like Bradford. Yeah, they're all good. All good. He just says there's more me and Doc trying to convince him. If you treat a plate like a frisbee, how far would it go? Because some plates are heavy. So the problem with plates, uh, I have a plate, but it's over there. So the problem with plates is they don't have the actual rim. So a plate is missing the part of the rim that gives a disc stability. So when you have a plate that it just like extends to the lip, you throw it and it just flips over like crazy. It just goes, and it's just not controllable. I've thrown plates before, so you need the design of the disc to handle the spin and actually fly for you. So plates, even though they're heavy, it's not so much about the weight. It's about Bernoulli's principle, I believe, as it's spinning, and you need that rim to be shaped in such a way to handle the air so that you maintain stability through the air. J-Dub says, "Where's everyone from? Just enjoy talking disc golf. Stumbled on the live." So Charlotte, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. We've got New York. We've got a couple Michigan. We've got Cincinnati, Alabama now. Okay. Florence, Alabama. It's China where it will go to China. Brent says, "What did you end up eating for dinner? Not Taco Bell." Yeah, I know I didn't have Taco Bell. So rude. I didn't have Taco Bell. I ended up having, all right, here we go. This is what I ate for dinner today and yesterday. I took Hawaiian sweet rolls, which are like, you pull them apart, right? So I took a Hawaiian sweet rolls thing and I put it vertical and I used a bread knife and I cut it. And then this doesn't make sense, but like, I grabbed it, I cut it in half, I took the top off, I layered on ham and what I put sharp cheddar and what I do provolone cheese. Put it in the oven at 350 degrees for about 15 minutes. Melted all the cheese, cooked the ham, toasted it nicely up. Took it out, broke it apart, had some like mayo, and that was dinner. So it had a ham sandwich with American cheese. I made sliders basically. Eric says Florida. I lived in Florida for 3 years. Gainesville, just moved. Me after Taco Bell makes the same noise when you defeat the Ender Dragon. Seth, that's really good. That's good. Da-da-da. If Doc was here, he'd make a dragon joke. Yes, he would. He loves his dragon, in of a dragon. Eastern North Carolina for Thomas. Sliders. Yep, there you go. Sliders. Exactly the same. Had a brisket sandwich. Arby's is underrated. My problem with Arby's is I grew up in Jackson, Michigan. Jackson, Michigan had an Arby's where they found a finger in an Arby's sandwich. Literally finger food. Never ate Arby's again. Did have a chocolate shake there. That was fine. So that says Arby's is so trash. Honestly, 100% honestly, there are some chains that like are the same across the board and some where like the individual place is so different. Like you go to a Taco Bell or an Arby's and you go a couple streets down to another one and it's actually different food. It's better food, it's worse food, it's better service, it's cleaner, it's dirtier, whatever. So I 100% believe that J-Dub, you're finding a couple like some good Arby's, and Jackson, Michigan just had the worst one in the United States. Uh, totally fair, but I just don't risk it. Dude just says I don't get the Arby's hate. Seth says Arby's makes my mouth feel weird and slimy. I have a very mild Arby's hate. Very mild. Whole life in Florida, other than 4 years in Colorado, where I found disc golf in 2005, before flight numbers existed. I have some of those discs. Where are they? Where are they? I have a Whippet. Pre-flight number. Heck yeah. And some of you might not know this. I aced left-handed with this Whippet on camera. One of my very first YouTube shorts. One of my first 20 or 30 YouTube shorts on my channel. And now I have over 1,000. Was a left-handed ace with this Whippet. And like, nobody watched it. Also, I was really bad at disc golf back then. I was getting a bruise on my right index finger from trying to ace a hole in Jackson just over and over and over and over. Couldn't ace it. Switched to left-handed, and about 30, 40 throws later, I aced it left-handed. Seth says the fries at Arby's are too seasoned. Brent says Arby's used to be good. Don't risk it for the brisket. Jojo likes Wendy's. I like Wendy's, but I don't like the price. Price hurts my feelings. Skyline will always be number 1. I once had cereal on a plate. That's rough, man. That's rough. That's a low. That's a low that you have to experience, but you just don't want to. You don't want to experience that. I once ate cereal with coffee creamer because I was out of milk. That was not ideal. Any 4-claw Discraft? I don't have any 4-claw Discraft. But cereal in the plate and then pour the milk. Brent says, I won't go back and watch it. Wow. Eric, I more than once had cereal off the box. Try cereal with water sometime? Ugh. No thanks, man. Cereal with water, that's brutal. That's brutal. No thanks. All right, Destroyer 51%, Valkyrie 22, Brave 16, Leopard 11. Okay. Okay. I should have known the Destroyer would lead by popularity alone. It led by more than I expected, but it's fine. It's fine. Seth, this is for science. Dude just says, if you're ever in Cincy, you gotta try the chili. Chili, huh? J-Dub says, have anything with collector value to show off? Mostly just Nate Sexton 2017 Glow Firebird. Won this by throwing an ace in an ace throw-off, where the winner won this, a stack of other discs, and got to pick out $100 worth of discs in addition to it. And I aced this with Randon Latta, and then I beat him in a CTP. Although, to be fair, I think he tried to ace again in the CTP. So I ended up with a stack of discs, and I was very happy about it. Also, these two Innova are from Paul Macbeth's personal collection. They were in the same stack as the Nate Sexton Firebird. And so this was really, really cool because I hadn't even really thought about how long ago Paul was with Innova, but he still had these on his shelf and donated them to Eagles Wings so they could be given away in the prize. So these came from Paul Macbeth. Super cool. Otherwise, I've got a couple of USDGC doubles. Not at that level of collector value, but... And I messed up the stamp. Oh my gosh. Don't tell anybody the stamp got peeled off. But yeah, some USDGC double stamped discs from playing last year with my brother. He tied for 5th, so these are not getting thrown. And it's really all the collector ones that I have. Personally, my brother has some collections, but I'll maybe show you guys another time. Cereal with OJ is underrated. I feel like it's overrated because some people like it, and that is disgusting. Destroyer will always win if you put in any poll. What if the poll is the worst disc ever? Gotcha. But no, you're true. It's very popular. You're right. Wendy's chili is addictive. Oh yes, that works. Fire. Oh yeah. Gators are your favorite. Heck yeah. The Garrett Gators. The Garrett Gators. That should be a stamped disc. Brent said, like I said, I'll take that Sexton Firebird from you. Nope. Oh no, did my stream die? Okay. You just freaked out for a second. We're still going. Although I won't be going for much longer. I'm getting a little tired, and I've gotta drive for 11 hours tomorrow. Dude, just like Brent, you already got the strike. 6 streams away from summer break for Dujet. Heck yeah, man, that's the way to think about it. Got the strike. Don't push your luck. Gabriel, would you ever play a whole game forehand? I just did. As Dujet said, he already has, unfortunately. It was bad. It was bad, not gonna lie. But it was entertaining. And it actually had some great highlights. So look up forehand only round. Just forehand only. My forehand needs work, needs help, something like that. So yeah, forehand only round at Eastway. And it was fun, but it hurt my feelings. But I put my public shame to for everyone's enjoyment. J-Dub, I'm a destroyer hater. I mean, Brent says, I mean, I would be paying for it. It'd still be pushing your luck, man. Yeah, how much would you pay for it? 350? Thomas says 11 hours long drive. Yep, Charlotte to Jackson, Michigan. So it's gonna be a little while in the car. But I've done 17 from Gainesville to Jackson, Michigan. So I think 11 will be okay. It's usually when I do, well, I only did it a couple times. When I did the 17, it was the last like 2 hours because it was late at night. I was so tired. Been such a long day, and I was just done. I just wanted to be done. And my eye was just like, it's dark out, and I was trying to see, and I'm watching for deer because it's Jackson, Michigan. I think 11 will be fine. I think 11 will be all right. Oh my gosh. Press is undisclosed. Okay. All right, I've almost got this. I've got to read this successfully for Seth to subscribe. All right, that's easy. The first half is easy. Okay. Numano Ultra Microscopic. Oh, chat moved. Yes, I know how to spell. I know how to pronounce Numano. Chat is going too fast. I'm trying, Seth. Chat keeps moving on me when I'm trying to read it. Numano Ultra Microscopic Sylvia Volcano Oscinosis. Yeah, I botched it. I tried. I can pronounce pneumonia. Brent says -7 was a good score. Yeah, Brent played pretty well played well at Eastway today. Jado got back from a 12-hour drive to Disney World. Not too bad. Yeah, I will be alone, all by myself, straight shotting it. Boom, 12 hours. maybe 11. Not ideal. I've done 17 hours with one other person. It's a blast. 17 hours by myself sucks. I'm not the best company, it turns out. Brent says, looked at the Queen City Gambit and -6 to 1,002. You did skip a couple super longs though, so keep that in mind. You skipped 12, 13. You skipped 12 and 13 super longs, but that was pretty much it. And 18, and 18. So you probably would have gone 5 or 6 down from super longs. Probably. Dude says longest I've driven was from Cincinnati to Salt Lake City. Stopped in Kansas though. Big E says, how much do you make a month on this channel? So a month is the wrong measurement. I'll be perfectly honest. I am not fully monetized, so I'm not making money for my videos. So far, all of my income, which is very limited, has come from super chats on stream. And you need $100 to get your first check from YouTube. And I just got my first check for $100.49. So I do not have a generated income that's consistent right now. It's kind of something that is the long-term goal, building toward it. And our watch hours are very, very close to full monetization status. That is kind of like the next step to cross that line and then begin to have a level of monetization from all of my videos, not just super chats from the shorts or from the live streams. Brett said MA1 did same layout. Oh, okay. 1,025 in MPO. Man, I've gone 7 down on that. It's crazy. Crazy. Eric says, first time here, cool vibes. Be back for sure. Thanks for hopping in. Really appreciate it, man. Hope you come back next week, every Sunday night, 6:30 p.m. EST. Seth says, you were close. I tried. I got the first half right. Still subscribed? Yes. Yeah, dude just says, hope to see you next time, Eric. Absolutely. I can't go for much longer. I've got to sleep at some point. MA1 did the same layout. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Drew says, hi. Hello. Thanks for hopping on, joining us. J-Dub says, Tour Life, Grip Lock, etc. Podcast to keep you company. What? Okay. Sorry, a little bug in the system here. I have, oh my gosh. Every once in a while, chat just bugs out on me. So I do have 2 Tour Life episodes downloaded, and then I've got a couple of Joe Rogan, and then a couple of Apologetics Canada also downloaded. So I've got multiple styles of podcasts to listen to, and then I've got a couple of music playlists, so that'll be all right. Yeah. J-Dub said, just subscribed. Heck yeah. Dude just says, Brent's going to go pro, man. Brent's not going to go pro until he and I win US amateur doubles. Then he can go pro. Would have been 10:29. Yeah, that's pretty good. Brent says technically he could. Yeah, I mean Brent and I could both play MPO. But yeah. Brent, what would you say your peak rating is? Your peak rating before you got injured? Big E Disc Golf says, what do you edit with for your video? So I edit with CapCut, and I just film everything with my phone, get it transferred over to my laptop, and then, yeah, I edit with CapCut. Usually I boost the audio some because I don't use mics. I just use my phone, and I just cut, use keyframes, add text. It's not the most sophisticated editing style. It's not the best video style ever, but that's where I am right now. I wish I could pay someone to edit for me. Yeah, but I have none of that income. It's not happening. So it's all me. I come up with the ideas, I film them, edit them, I come up with a thumbnail, it's usually terrible, and then I post it. And some people watch it. I think I'm better at shorts, but with disc golf, shorts can only get so many views because the niche is only so big. Like, I have posted over 1,000 YouTube shorts for disc golf with birdies of the day and like some highlights, some fails, some like funny moments, and a bunch of other bland stuff. I have never had a YouTube short of mine get an engaged viewership over 20,000 views, but I have put 20 YouTube shorts up on my gaming channel, and I have gotten over 200,000 views on one short. Why? Am I better at making that short than I am at making all of my disc golf shorts? No, it's just that disc golf is a tiny niche and gaming is not. Gaming is huge. Eric says, thanks for the stream schedule. Absolutely, man. Hope you're coming back. We have a great time every week. Goodness. Why is my scroll not working? There we go. Yeah, I think yeah, Brent and I are both gonna take down US doubles and then go MPO. So October. J-Dubs, thanks for being here, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks for wishing me safe travels. I'll do my best, and hopefully the next time you see me, I actually won't have all of these discs back here because I'll be in Michigan. So I'll have to find as many discs as I can get into a little collection and like pile them behind my head and then do the live stream. But hopefully I'll catch you guys in a week. So Brent says only got to 967 5 years ago, but basically hurt himself when he got into rhythm. I mean, so technically I'm better than I was then. Yeah, I would say that Brent's playing better than he was then. Yeah. Yep. Noah says, are you in the top 10 highest rated amateurs in North Carolina? I am not. Absolutely not. I'm rated 964. So decent, but definitely not rated in the top 10. In fact, I'm sure there's amateurs rated over 1,000 that just don't accept cash. But I'm a decent disc golfer in North Carolina, for sure. But definitely not one of the top rated. Definitely not. No. I have beaten Paul Ulibarri in a tournament though, so there's that. Eric says I'm better at pants. Big E says, yeah, just started a channel and trying to get advice for it. Absolutely, man. And any questions you want, feel free to leave a comment on any of my videos. I respond to like 99% of comments. So if you want any advice, if you want to ask about what I'm using for filming or what you're thinking about editing or anything like that, just go ahead and leave a comment and I'll do my best to answer and give you my perspective on things. So what part of Michigan? Yep, Michigan stream next week. So I grew up in Jackson, Michigan. So I'm going to be visiting friends and family around the Jackson area. And then I'll swing around Grand Rapids for a couple of days. And then maybe up toward the kind of Midland area, kind of more middle of Michigan. So that's going to kind of be my like little trajectory swing. But I'm going to go back to Jackson each time. So it's going to be around Jackson, Michigan. Whereabouts in Michigan do you live? Yep, it'll be Michigan stream next week. That's right. Oh yeah. All right, I've got about 3 to 5 minutes left in me. I think 7 minutes gets me to 4.5 hours. I don't know if I want to do that. That's a lot. South Haven, okay. Nice. So I know I've been to South Haven. Is South Haven on the coast? Turns out I can't spell. Yeah, South Haven is on the coast. Yeah. Yeah. So I know I've been to South Haven, but I probably haven't spent like really any time there. But I have been to a beach in St. Joe multiple times, kind of been in the area, and then I have also been around the Saugatuck area a little bit too. So kind of like, both sides of you, north and south. But yeah, South Haven's beautiful. Should play Lake Arvesta. Lake Arvesta. Yeah. I would love a chance to play at Lake Arvesta if I'm down there in that area. Would be nice. Fishscale says, "How many discs? How many discs do you think I have?" And then I will answer how many I actually have. Adam says, "Yo, what's up, Adam? Thanks for hopping on and joining us. We will only be up for a couple more minutes because I've got an 11-hour drive tomorrow and I am getting tired." Elle says, "What's up, played today? Awfully. Shot nearly over 20 par on the harder layout. My best is +3. What a rough day." Yeah, I get it. I get it. Played a little bit rough today, although I kind of like heard my final score and I was like, oh, that's not too bad. But had a couple of like just airballed longer putts and then I missed the comebacker. And I'm like, what am I doing? Like, stop it, Brad. Stop it. Took a nice triple bogey as well. That always feels great. That's always fun. That was exciting. All right, let's see. How did our poll do? Oh, did I freeze? Looks like we're frozen for a second. I'm hoping it's not actually frozen for you guys, but just for me. Or maybe the stream died. I have no idea. But it would be about time. I am getting tired. Maybe my phone's overheating. Yeah, that's pretty warm. Okay. Good. Looks like the destroyer is. Oh. Okay. That. I hope it's just my video on my end here. Looks like the destroyer is destroying in the poll. Looks like the destroyer is absolutely dominating everything. There we go. Now we're good. We're back to normal. 52%. Wow. Dude just says take the Valk in second. Yeah, 22%, 16 for the Brave, 10 for the Leopard. Leopard really did not get the votes. Really didn't get the votes. Interesting. 89 votes total though. That's not too bad. I was hoping for over 100 votes, but that's pretty solid. So man, my I hope I'm not all choppy for you guys. My YouTube is kind of freaking out just a little bit here, so I can't quite read a couple of the comments. But Big E says if I come to South Haven, if I come to South Haven to hit him up, we'll play like Arvesta. I would absolutely love that. That'd be super fun. Alice says 11-hour drive. That's crazy. Yep. And I'm going from the middle of the country to the upper part of the country, but I could double my drive. I'm going 11 hours north. I could go 11 more hours north, and barely maybe I could go 10 more hours north, and I would be at the top of Michigan. So half of my drive is reaching Michigan, and if I doubled it, I would still be in Michigan. Adam bought 4 discs this week, and he ready for my town to get his first course, and the snow is just melting here. Dude, heck yeah, that's amazing. I'm happy for you. I hope that course is a really great course, and I hope your discs are awesome. Hope your discs are great. Brent says, I would vote Leopard if you didn't put Destroyer. I wonder if Destroyer actually took a lot of Leopard votes, or if Destroyer just took a bunch of votes, and they would have been distributed among the other 3. All right, guys. Well, this is probably the best time to call it, just because I don't know if it's my laptop, but I'm not able to fully monitor the video. So if it actually does cut out, I wouldn't actually know it. And I'm tired anyway. So throw your last comment or your last question into the chat real quick, and I'll hop on it. I'll get to it. But otherwise, it's been really, really great on the stream with you guys. Thank you so much for your encouragement, your support, for being here with me, and just having a good time. It's really fun. I'll be thinking a lot about potential like channel membership stuff, but I want to reaffirm anything that I add to my channel. I want to keep what I'm already doing completely free. So anything that I add as a membership, I want to add it as an additional voluntary thing that people might choose to pay for, but you're not going to lose anything. I'm not going to paywall anything that I'm already doing. But it's not going to happen next week, so don't worry about it. It's just something I'm thinking about. Let's see. Do we get any more comments? I can't tell because it looks like I'm lagging a little bit behind. But that is okay. Shout out once again to the winners of the giveaway. Thank you everyone who commented on the giveaway video. Appreciate your participation in that and celebrating reaching 5,000 subscribers. Shout out to the winners, and we had a Saint Pro, Shrike, Garrett Gerthy signed Emperor, and Terra all get given away today. So shout out to the people who won. Make sure you're watching for me to respond to your comment, your give on that giveaway video, your comment, and just make sure that you reach out to me on a different social media so that we can talk about where I'm sending the disc without sharing your private information. And then let me know that you reached out to me on YouTube so that I know this YouTube profile reached out with this social media profile. Yeah, okay. So let's see. I don't know why this isn't reloading. Just gonna do a quick check, make sure the stream is actually good. Maybe it's just Wi-Fi. All right, I'm gonna check the phone, make sure we're rolling here. Well, it looks good. Let me see, any big comments here? We do have comments, dang. All right, I'll get to your comments in 1 second. Oh. All right, I'm shutting the laptop and going straight onto the camera. Okay, so here's how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, you're gonna take a look at the door real quick. Ugh. All right, so as I wrap up real quick. All right, good video on your end. Okay, Pan says hi and goodbye. I'm hopping off for the night. Tom Harris says good night everyone, hope you drive safe. Thank you. Thanks Dujit for the encouragement. Appreciate all of you guys, and good night everybody. Peace out. Catch you guys on the next one.